hours. So the honorable member moved that, and that was agreed to. Yeah. So if it's not agreed to, then it means we will rise at 17 hours, 45. Yes, that's what the rules are saying. The rules are saying the rising time, honorable members, the rules are saying the rising time is 17 hours 45, unless if the chief whips agree. Now they are saying they didn't agree. So it means honorable members, now orders of the day. The first notice of a motion is the one of the Right Honorable Prime Minister, now on the recording of the message. Honorable members, can we please have order? We agreed on Tuesday that the Prime Minister moved the motion that we are going to record the condolences message on the passing of Honorable Weriko today, and that's the motion now that we are looking at. Yes, half a minute, please.
So, Speaker, I'm a bit confused, because now, when we are trying to understand, we thought we are going to. You said we must go for a break, and then we agree and discuss. That's one. And while we are standing up to respect the Speaker if she leaves, we just, because there was a lot of noise I couldn't hear, now we are just hearing the next motion. So what happened to the break for... Oh.
That is going to be discussed. But there were still items remaining on the agenda. And we went through that ministerial statement, there was non-report, and then we proceed to orders of the day. At one point, we thought it was break time, when Honorable Swatboy said it's break time. So that's when he rose and the rest of you rose. But then I noted that no, it's not break time. So given that, we have to go through and wait for the normal break time. So that is why now we are proceeding. Honorable Nekundi.
Honorable Speaker, I do not want to possibly confuse the House, but my understanding in terms of the rules, the ordinary days in terms of the sitting of the Assembly, it's Tuesday to Thursday, 2:30 to 45. Mondays and Friday, these are special sittings that dedicated for a purpose. I just want now to get it that how do we on this sitting of Monday or Friday have anything outside the scope of why this assembly that these two special was called? I just want to appreciate. Are we not going out of the rules if we discuss anything that is not for the purpose it was called? Mondays, it's on Mondays and Fridays. You already called, or you can, if you want to discuss this water. You cannot come and discuss this water in this paper. So for the specials, from Tuesday and Thursdays is the ordinary ones. We will discuss all other matters as prescribed. But I thought then for today, it is a special and it's for the budget. And that is my understanding. Would we not contradict ourselves and set a wrong precedence if we were to discuss anything outside the scope of why this sitting was called? I just want to have that appreciation on our boss.
Yes, thank you. I think that's an important point, and I want to agree with that. Today, yes, it's true. The rules are saying we meet on Tuesdays, Wednesday, and Thursday. And when there is a budget under consideration, we meet on Monday in the afternoon and on Friday in the morning. So today we are here to consider only the budget. I think he is correct in that one, and I think his intervention is yes. Yes, I agree. Yes.
We are always, there are two implications of what is being suggested here. The first implication is that one, that argument can be made, but can that argument be sustained? The rule says when we come here, whether for special or whatever, there is a document called order paper. And that order paper is not determined by us, it is determined by the presiding officer. The presiding officer has determined the order paper. The order paper has been published, and the order paper has item. The presiding officer cannot agree with him because the presiding officer have already determined what we are going to be discussing today. So even the special session that we are talking about, the presiding officer have already exercised her discretion or what comes on that paper. That's one. Number two, the problem we are going to be sitting with is this. If we are saying that we agreed for the budget to be on committee stage, how is it going to work practically? It means then that when we walk in here, the chairperson of Whole House Committee sits, and how are they going to report progress if we are only coming here for that purposes? This, what looks like ceremonial thing of the session must be consummated. The session must be constituted by the speaker, and once that happened, the order must unfortunately follow. What is available, the minister and the leader of government business can always consult the speaker before the speaker drafts and releases and publishes the order paper. Power has been exercised, so maybe in future or next time, the minister can consult the speaker before the order paper is done.
Yes.
But for now,
summarize, honorable member.
Yes, in summary, speaker.
Yes, please. Yes, you have taken long, my honorable member.
I'm making you angry today, but you're usually happy.
Yeah.
So what is basically, we understand and we sympathize with the minister, but we are simply just advising the minister that next time in advance outside the chambers, please consult the speaker before the speaker publishes the order paper. We are simply just following what the speaker have agreed.
Thank you, honorable member.
If we do that, and it will be insensitive, because there is a very important motion in tribute to Honorable Werikwa. So if we agree with that direction, it means even that the messages of condolences must not be done, and it will be insensitive.
Yeah, honorable member, thank you very much.
Because it's government that submitted that. Yes. So we cannot not do that.
Yeah, thank you, honorable members. You see, in terms of Rule 6, the presiding officer must make a ruling. The presiding officer may explain their ruling. The presiding officer can be requested to explain the ruling, but once the presiding officer has explained the ruling, there shall be no further debate. But the ruling of the presiding officer can be overturned by the assembly on the recommendation of the Standing Rules Committee. You see, in the same way that Honorable Nekundi raised that point, and he convinced the presiding officer, if the House feels that there is a flaw in what Honorable Nekundi said, which the presiding officer agreed with, that matter can be taken up with the Standing Rules, and then it can be brought back here so that this ruling is revisited. But for today, I will make the ruling that I have made already, that yes, I agree with the point that was raised by Honorable Nekundi. And it was not a proposal. He just referred us, He just referred us to what the rules are saying. And then I have also checked, and I noted with the team that is assisting me here, and I noted that there was an error in them also organizing for the item on the recording of the condolence message of our departed colleague to be done today. So that one would be dealt with, but I am bound as a presiding officer to comply with the rules. And the rules say on Monday, we only meet when it's budget time, unless if there was a previous agreement to say that we are going to have a special sitting as provided for under the rules. So it practically means for today, we are here only to consider the budget. Yeah. So now it would mean that before honorable members, no, the order paper is for another day. The one of today is only the budget, according to the rules. Honorable members, yes.
The process that we have undertaken.
Yes.
The questions and the motions presented now.
Yes.
Are they part of the sessions
Yeah.
or
Yes, thank you, honorable member. That part, which is an interesting part, I will defer a ruling on that one. It's an important one. I will refer a ruling on that one. Because what is important is today's sitting is only specifically for the budget. And therefore, considering the fact that we have not agreed on the time, honorable member, unless if you ask for the floor, and I see honorable Nashinge wants the floor, I will give him the floor. Yes, and I will give him the floor before we rise to consult on the time. Yes, okay, now we will proceed with the break in order to reach an agreement on the time by which we must rise. You were coming right, but we are going astray now. Now we rise for 20 minutes. Yeah. Members, when we went on a break, the chief whips were to agree on the time limit for today's budget discussion after having agreed that we need to allow the discussion to proceed beyond 17 hours 45. Now I need to hear from the chief whips what is the time limit now for the budget debate that is agreed. The honorable member who is going to take the floor must ask for the floor and rise, please, to explain to the House what happened. Yeah. Yes, Honorable Naruseb.
I never thought that I will end up in a situation like this. Honorable Speaker, whatever the issues were, it was somehow agreed that 2100 hours, that's when the extension would be, that's a new time limit. But honestly, this is getting a little bit too much for some of us.
Very much. I'm happy, at least as the presiding officer, as I have said, the rules say the presiding officer can only make a ruling in respect to a new time limit other than what is in the rules if the chief whips agree. And now I'm taking it that the chief whips have now agreed to 21 hours, and so it is so ruled. Now, having said that, I will now call the secretary to read the first order of the day.
Committee stage appropriation bill.
Does the Minister of Finance move that the Assembly now goes into committee?
Honorable Speaker, I so move.
It is moved that I leave the chair. Any objection? Who seconds? Agreed to. Now, I now call on the chairperson of the whole House Committee to take the chair.
Thank you very much. The committee is to consider the appropriation bill. When progress was reported on Friday, the 10th of April, votes 27, 37, and 38 had been introduced, while votes 1, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 21, 24, 23, 24, 26, 28, 29, 30, 31, 35, 36, and 39 has been agreed to. It's now time to go to, since there is no votes to be discussed, to be introduced, I will now put vote 27, Sport, Youth, and National Service. Any discussion? Where is Burkina? Oh. Okay. Honorable Ishono. Are we together? 45 minutes, 1 hour. Huh?
1 hour. 1 hour.
1 hour? Okay. We'll take 1 hour, but as we come closer, we'll try and readjust.
1 hour, 1 round.
Come again?
1 round, right?
Well, 1 round, 1 round. Otherwise, we'll not make it. 1 round, 1 hour now, but we'll check.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable. Ishona has got the floor.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, for the chance. Good afternoon. It's a little bit confusing here. The Ministry of Education, Innovation, Youth, Sport, Art and Culture has something called Namibia Youth Credit Scheme, where the youth are getting loans. The National Youth Council has a credit for youth in business. It's also giving money. The Minister of Finance is also having a youth fund. Now, I am of the opinion that we need to harmonize the youth fund into one entity, because it's like too many cash loans. Let's make it in one entity to focus more on helping the youth if you are serious with it. Second one, last year, according to AgriBank, 2,546 applicants for the loan, for the youth loan, were received. These applicants were, these young people spent so much money applying, registering their businesses. There are 2,546. And only 433 businesses were found to be viable. They trained 54 young people, and the 53 bank approvals, and only 6 received their loans. Out of 2,546, only 6. The rest, they did not get anything yet. Now, as I was listening to Honorable Balotti motivating this vote, 27, I saw that in his, in one of the bullets, he said 908 trained young people were trained by the youth scheme, but only 11 were funded. This is just 1%. What I mentioned first is the 0.2% of those who applied last year, even after spending so much money registering. And this one, 1.2%. Yet, the Honorable went on to say 1,960 young people are targeted in this year. Now, I would like to bring it to the attention of the Honorable Minister that we have the remaining 2,540 young people that registered their business last year. They are hanging somewhere there after they spent so much money on BIPA registering their businesses. Why don't we just now consider them in this 1,960 that you are targeting now, so that they, at least their money does not just go to waste, because they used a lot of money to register those businesses and they were not considered. Only 6 out of 2,500. It's very shocking. That will be my submission for now. I wish I can come for the second round, but unfortunately it's 1 round.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. Honorable Kambala.
All right. Thank you very much. Mine is just a bit of, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Mine is mixed. The ministry is reporting on things that are fully funded by outsiders, but yet claims to be an achievement of theirs in terms of financing. You'll find the Mandela Fellowship Program, Leadership Program. The ministry is saying that no young people got trained there, but we wanted to find out who, in terms of our local programs, Because that's already a fully functional program run outside entirely the ministry's functions. But why are you reporting it here as it says furthermore youth leadership and participation initiatives reached 200 people. But are these now you financing them? I mean, these 284. When you are talking about the addition, we're talking about the Nelson Mandela Fellowship Program, which is run by the U.S. Embassy, if I'm not mistaken. Why is this under the ministry's reporting lines? When we had the program called the Youth Leadership Development Program at NYC, that is underfunded, non-existent, but are here reporting by Mandela. Why are we not reporting our own programs? NYC is here getting money, but that program that you are also funding, 25 million, it's not even mentioned here. Why is Mandela Fellowship being reported in this budget as if you are the one financing it? We all know that this program is fully funded by the U.S. embassies around the world. Number two, you are talking about young people being trained at multi-purpose youth centers across the country, including commerce. My brother, do you know, we saw what Honorable Ishono has showed you, what has become of the multi-purpose youth center in the Tora. So when you are reporting that 119 youth completed semester-based training programs at multiple youth centers in the following region, including commerce, which multiple youth center is giving these programs? Because you know that institution is not conducive for any sort of training. Any sort of training. Yes, people are based there, you understand these workers there, but even if you ask them for a program, they can't give you any, apart from a short course on how to switch on and switch off a PC. So why are we not talking about the renovation of that multi-purpose youth center rather? The other issue that I have is the cooperatives. Cooperatives, agricultural cooperatives, 14 regions, is this now one per region? How much was spent in terms of capacitating these young people for them to become now active cooperatives on their own? We're only talking about accountability, access, and governance. But in terms of now, once you train them, what capacity are you giving them to ensure that they are going to run their cooperative successfully? Apart from the business, resources, how much money was spent, and so forth. Same thing with the credit good scheme is also reported here, but we don't say how much was spent in those programs. Because we want to know that if we are spending $1 billion on young people, what exactly are we spending $1 billion on young people on? You're having 750 million. Where is that 750 million going to? Is it going into operations, which is already stated just 60% of it? The 40%, are we giving them loans through the credit schemes? How much are we giving loans to? How much are those grants? And so forth. Lastly, but not least, is the sexual reproductive health, NAPA again. Like I said, it's beautiful because most of these programs that NAPA runs with NUNDP. And NUNDP finances most of these programs. So I want to find out in terms of the ministry on these sexual reproductive health rights trainings, what support is the ministry giving to these programs? Transport, food, what type of support are you giving? Yes, just in those few. See now.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Mongo.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Balotti, I rise to support your vote, but I am seeking clarity on certain issues. You have outlined that the government does not fund all 61 sports federations, and I would really want to find out the criteria that the ministry is using to determine which sports federation qualifies for this funding? And how does the ministry ensure fairness and transparency in the allocation of funds to this sports federation? And perhaps also if there is a long-term plan to support all these 61 federations sustainably. On skills training program, on page 3 and 4 of your motivation, will the ministry consider reviewing training programs to align with actual labor market demands? Because I do support the training of young people in different skills and programs. However, it's really disheartening, Honorable Minister, when we train young people and they end up being unemployed. And we are creating a cycle of qualified yet jobless individuals. And perhaps going forward, will the ministry also consider introducing a tracer track to track down the outcomes of these trainees or these or the young people that are trained in these various programs? Otherwise, I support the vote.
Honorable Nashinge.
Thank you very much. Mine is just two issues. One, perhaps just clarification from the Honorable Minister on the current status of the College of the Arts, the way forward, because in this budget vote it's not visible anywhere to say how much is going there, just because it's quite a very important institution for us as a country, especially now that we are talking about creative industry. That is the pillar for creative industry if we want to achieve anything. Just as part of what is allocated and where are we. The other one, just on the National Youth Service, I think there's more that we can do than just training young people to become security officers and having grade 10 or grade 6 or grade 7 or grade what. It doesn't mean you cannot become a productive member of the society. I think there is more, especially with the training courses within vocational training. I think we need to add more accredited courses. We look at green jobs, green energy and all that, installation of solar and all that. I think these are some of the things that young people under NYS can do, but we are not doing that. I think we need to improve more so that we can create, I mean, the benches or chairs we are sitting on, this is the work of creative industry. The pots, we put our plants at home, your 3-legged pots and so on. These are things that we can do. You don't need a master's degree or a PhD. So I think if we can add more to that, we'll be able to create more employment opportunities. And also for NYS to depend on her own than coming to government all the time. Things like run tires, for example, for your cars as ministers. These are things that these young people or this institution can train our young people to master and start doing so that they are able to generate the employment. For example, on our Prime Minister, I always share with you that we lose a lot of water through evaporation. And part of the solution to save water from evaporation, these are things that these young people can do. You just buy a molder and the pallets from wherever, India and so on, and they are able to heat up this plastic and put those things together so that we move forward. Thank you very much. Then training them to become security guards without even pistols. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Lutehesi.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I've gone through the developmental book and noted that though there are infrastructure planned for the 14 regions, most of the infrastructure is focused on towns and urban areas, while rural areas have been left behind. Honorable Minister, where do you expect the rural youth to train if even the schools in rural areas does not have proper sports facilities? And then Namibia Sports Union, your mandate is to promote and develop sports, but some sports codes are not even introduced in rural areas. Sports like badminton is just a story. Tennis is not known. So why are these sports codes not taken to the rural areas? Because it puts rural youth at an advantage. That's why you see that even people who represent the country in these sports codes are usually from urban towns like Sokopmund and Windhoek. And lastly, Honorable Minister, the nation is still waiting. The recently ended tournament, I should say. We need an official explanation on how the netball team for the AUSC games was selected. We want clarity on the criteria used, especially when the top performing team like Kavango East only have one representative in the team, while Windhoek and others who did not perform have more numbers on the team. And then, because I'm saying this because the rural young people deserve equal chances. Everyone should be given a fair chance, whether they live in the rural area, whether they live in town. So selection should be based on talent and merit. I so submit.
Thank you, Honorable Gurare, the Prime Minister. Yeah.
Honorable Swartboy. Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair of the whole House Committee, 5 minutes. And Deputy Minister and Minister for MAISAC, the Line Ministry. Firstly, to commend youth empowerment, and in so doing, honorable members, I want to pay tribute to those leaders of youth who were there before independence under NANSA, advocating for youth empowerment, including Honorable Swartboy here, Honorable Shipeta and others, many that are here. You laid the foundation for what is being actualized today. And those who are out there, we want to convey this message to them too, that their sacrifices laid and the generation after them have climbed on the shoulders of them to be able to benefit now what we are seeing today. And on that note, we want to commend the former leader of the youth, President Netumbo Nandi Ndaitwah, for walking the talk on the actualization and manifestation, including Honorable Kalola, these ones, and Honorable Professor, so that now they can see the benefit that we see today. So, honorable members, this is to support the vote, but also to say, in implementing it, because Honorable Minister, there are a lot of figures here that have been quoted in terms of what it is we are giving to the youth. So the figures must translate in practical and tangible benefit to the young people in all 121 constituencies. And we want to say, if it is NYC, we want NYC to be turned around in the manner that we have agreed, that there will be a General Assembly very soon, so that the story and the conversation of NYC must change where the young people take control of NYC and benefit them in the manner that we want them to benefit. And we must be very deliberate, honorable members. The recent census says we are 3.1 million, but over 71% of that are young people below 35%. So it's a ticking bomb. And I therefore want to implore on you, Honorable Minister, that now that they have voted and the election has resulted in what we have, we must be deliberate and make sure that every second, every minute, every hour, every day, every week, every month, every year of these 5 years, that young people are benefiting. And we must put measurable scorecards to ensure that this is happening. And when I say this, and I know I'm looking at the time, Honorable Maysak, not only you as politicians, but I speak to the public service, to the public servants in Maysak, that they have a responsibility and duty to execute the strategic plan, all the goals that we have set for ourselves. Because politicians can speak, but if public servants, they are not walking the talk of politicians, we are basically rendering the good intentions to be unimplementable. So with these many, many words, Honorable Minister of Maysak and Deputy Minister of Maysak, let us reach out to every village. Let every dollar put a smile on the faces of the young people. Let's be creative, think out of the box, and empower the young people with the resources that we have. So I support this vote. Like Honorable Kato will say, 100%.
Thank you. Honorable Mashindange.
Thank you very much for the floor. I have a few observations to make. The very first one is the youth empowerment that we are all preaching about, and that the Right Honorable Prime Minister is strongly talking about. You know, we have spoken enough, honorable members. For 36 years, the young people of this country felt the economic pressure in this country because they are the most unemployed, you know, the most suffering, the most in poverty, and all that and all that. It cannot be right that we are giving so much money, yet this money does not honestly translate in a changed life on the ground. And it cannot be right that we are appropriating a lot of money, yet this money, when it's going to implement projects, the young people are first asked to which political party do they belong. It cannot be right. It cannot be right. It's taxpayers' money. It's the state's money. It's none. This money does not belong to anybody. It must benefit each and every young person of this country. Having said that, and as I support the youth empowerment that the Right Honorable Prime Minister is talking about, Honorable Deputy Chair, I've seen with concern, Honorable Deputy Minister, the feasibility studies that you are paying in the development book. I don't know if you have looked at them, because you are first and foremost you are paying for a construction of a Chuarongo Multipurpose Youth Resource Center and Sport Complex Category 2. And that is, it's a 1.8 million that is budgeted there. Yet the very same, you are constructing the very same thing in Kurenkuru. Yet in the previous financial year, it says activities completed in the 2025-2026 financial year, feasibility study, 20 million. I seriously want to understand. And that is, I've been on record in this house questioning these feasibility studies. What are we doing? What are we seriously funding? Because in one town we are paying 1.8 million only. In the other town we are paying 20 million in feasibility studies. Where is the logic? Where is this money going? Exactly where is this money going? We want to understand. The other, you are paying for renovation and upgrading of Kitman Sports Stadium. You are paying 3 million. While you are paying 3 million, activities planned, it says feasibility study. Imagine, honorable members, the building is already existing, the facility is there, we are renovating, yet we are paying feasibility studies again. Where's the logic? How do we pay feasibility study for a standing project, yet we are paying feasibility study? Or is this budget books just things that are copy and paste and brought to this house? What is happening? What is happening? What is going on? What exactly are we paying for? And how do we pay for a feasibility study for a project that is already existing? I want to understand from you, Honorable Deputy Minister. And then the construction of basic constituency sports facility. There is 140 million that is budgeted for 121 constituencies. The book says 121 constituencies. The Deputy Minister says, in his motivation, says 28 stadiums. Now I do not know which one is which, because the budget is saying 121. The motivation is saying 28. What are we approving for? Are we approving the minister's speech or the budget? What exactly are we doing? Because we are not approving a motivation. We are approving a budget, which is a bill, honorable members. A bill. When we are approving a bill, we must stick to the provisions of that bill. And the bill says 121. Yet the minister comes here and says 28. What is happening? Now, if you escalate that down, it says in that 140 million, the government is going to build 121 stadiums that is costing 1.1 million only. I do not know what type of a stadium is that is costing $1 million.
Sure.
$1 million only for...
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Nifikwa.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I rise to also add my voice to this vote, and I want clarity on the NSSU allocation for 6.6 million. So the responsibility for NSSU is to promote and develop sport in the schools. I would like to
continue.
I would like clarity from the Honorable Minister. How does this allocation assist the grassroots sport promotion? Do I have the mic, Honorable Chairperson?
Yes, yes.
Yes, you do.
Okay. The 6 million allocated for NSSU, how does it assist the grassroots promotion of sport, specifically in the schools? Whose responsibility is to ensure that the trainers are qualified enough to carry out this task? Because I have learned that the responsibility for NSSU, which is to promote and develop sport in schools, is shifted to teachers that know nothing about sport, and they are doing this through physical education in schools. So my question is, when does NSSU train these teachers, go to the schools and make sure that the promotion of sport is really taking place? Since PE, physical education, is taught by just any teacher, when does NSSU give training to these teachers? Whose responsibility is it to buy sport equipment? Because I have learned also that the sport in the school, the allocation that is given to the school, the grant, 80% is taken into sport through buying sport equipment and through going to tournaments and stuff, leaving zero or little for stationaries and other school needs. How much is allocated for sports specifically from the grant that we give to the schools? Thank you.
House Committee, I rise to support vote 27. My short intervention is to get clarity from the ministry on page 8, where the Honorable Deputy Minister spoke about sport development program across all 14 regions. and there's a budgeted amount of 5 million. I want to find out what is the formula to divide this 5 million to 14 regions. My experience working in the region, sometimes the fund is allocated for a certain program, but some regions do not get anything. So I would really like to find out how are you dividing this 5 million to all the 14 regions. My second question was taken partly by Honorable Lutuhezi. I think the public need to know the selection criteria from NFA, be it soccer or netball. There's a feeling that some regions do not deserve to be part of the national team or teams. Can we get clarity? How do you do it so that all regions should know if they also can participate or they are just meant to be at the region? With this few intervention, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, I support the vote. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, on vote number 27, I want to know, in the last financial year you allocated 40 million to NFA, and then you added 12 million, which was about 52, and that's only one vote. But now this year you and then the following year you allocated 21 million to sport commissions to finance all the other 56 codes, expect soccer, football. But now you allocated only 19 million for all 57. How will that be divided? The other issue is on your staff members. You have position of chief sport officer that's supposed to supervise the sport officer in different regions. Now you have categorized them and give them to supervise over 2 or 3 regions. However, these people are based in Windhoek. Only the one in Oshana, for Oshana, Wangwena and Omusati, and then the one for Hopap, for Maheke and Commerce. The rest are based here. So these people, when they have to go out, they have to ask for S&T. Now the funny part also, the one for Hartap and Karas, when the former chief sport officer retired, before that he was based in Kitmaswop, but then his successor is now based in Windhoek. So how does that relocation work? So, and that's S&T that you are paying it out. And also you have an issue of, this chief sport officer, some of them, they are now coaches of other different codes. And also they serve as executive in those associations. So when these people have to go for international game, they go as sport officer and also as coaches. So there is a double dipping there. Sport officers are supposed not to be participating in external activities. You have a case of Rundu. The coach of Rundu Chiefs, I think it's Rundu Chiefs, he's a sport officer. Now, when he was expelled from being a coach, he started to refuse Rundu Chiefs to make use of the sport stadium to train because he's in charge. But when he was a coach of Rundu Chiefs, he was allowing them to train there. So maybe you can clarify there. The other issue is that I want you to also break down is the issue of the independence. 60 million have been allocated for innovation. What exactly is going to happen with the 60 million? and then you allocated 1 million for sport equipment. Which sport equipment cost 1 million? How are you going to allocate this? And then you allocated 3 million for Region 5 youth games. For what is it? 3 million, how many coaches are participating in 3 million? Because what I'm seeing, you don't budget for preparation of the athletes to participate. You only budget or cover the expenses to register, like registration fees, and to get there. But the preparation process, you have completely excluded. And that's why as a country we are not performing as expected. So there's a lot of things that you need to know. And finally, how did the government decided on allocating construction of sports stadium to the office of the governor? Which act? How? Procurement Act doesn't allow that. There's no accounting officers at governor's office. So since when did this money for construction of stadiums have been allocated to presidency? It's not there. It's here. But
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Kangulu.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. My intervention is more or less the same, in line with the one of Honorable Kandrozo. However, I wanted to ask a question in terms of seeing under this particular vote, page 397, NFA not allocated anything during this 2026, 2027, 2027, 2028, and 2028, 2029. Now, how can we promote sport, particularly soccer or football, with a zero allocation to NFA, Honorable Deputy Minister? And if we look at the clubs, in terms of 2024-2025 financial year, 490 have been allocated. And just imagine from 490 to zero. Does it mean now this NFA, it have enough fund to run this affair of football in Namibia? And if you look at the development aspect, how will the club be able to move from a point to another in terms of their schedule if NFA is not scheduled with any fund? Will this not perhaps compromise and undermine the sport, our sport in Namibia, considering that sport code and or football is not just merely recreation activities, but they are also playing a vital role in terms of economical imperativities, and they are very significant in terms of contributing to socio-economic development in our society. If you can just perhaps, Honorable Deputy, respond to why NFA is not allocated with any cent during this particular allocation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Tifeles.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the House Committee, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to Vote 27, Sport, Youth and National Service, as introduced by Deputy Minister Balotti. First, I want to indicate in support of this very important vote to say, in my short experience in government, there is no policy that determines when young people get support from the state. They need to indicate which political parties they belong to. And I believe, Deputy Minister, you will very much debunk those reckless statements that have been put on record of this August House in your response, so that the message is not cemented to say that for one to receive youth program support from the Ministry of Education, Youth, Sports, Arts and Culture, you need to be affiliated. That is reckless and should not stand on the record of this August House unchallenged. Secondly, Honorable Chairperson,
point of order.
I'm happy to...
Honorable Mwashindange.
Honorable Chair, I take serious offense in a member of Parliament calling our contributions as reckless. I do not know from what basis, and our contributions are well brought so that we strike a balance. If the honorable member does not see a problem in what is happening, she will do an honorable thing not to personally attack our contributions, because we too know very well how to do that. So, Honorable Deputy Chair, I'm imploring on you to not allow that, because if it continues, we can get to that stage with due respect. Thank you.
Honorable Member.
In proceeding, Honorable Chairperson, I would like to thank the Honorable Deputy Minister and the rest of the ministry in the work that they're doing at NYS. NYS as an institution, the National Youth Service, has really shown its flexibility, its innovation in becoming an institute beyond its mandate. And we'd just like to encourage that they continue to do so that they can truly become a premier institution in terms of youth empowerment in the country. The next one, Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Deputy Minister Balotti, is that we are very much happy to collaborate in many of your youth programs you have indicated in terms of activities in the development budget. You do a lot of trainings, empowerment projects, workshops, but we think there is more we can do together, particularly from a technology point of view. So we need to find convergence between ICT and youth, especially around the creative industry, around the film industry and others. E-gaming as a sport that is constantly becoming such a premier sport for those that have the ability to compete not only continentally but internationally, but also a premier project that we have at the Ministry of ICT called Project 1000, where you're not only training young people in data analysis and data annotation, you're also making sure that they get the guaranteed certification to not only work in Namibia or on the continent, but the world over, to make those young people competitive enough, not only for the Namibian market, for the international market. So we are very happy to collaborate with your ministry in efforts such as that. Finally, Honorable Deputy Minister Balotti, I have a question around NFA, and I think it was also raised responsibly by other honorable members who are responsible enough to raise sentiments that are meant to build. The issue of NFA and the way it compensates its players and referees, especially at the time when we have local leagues, whether it's the netball or soccer and so on, there seems to be none, continuous support in terms of remuneration to players, whether those who become in our national teams, whether it's our baby gladiators, our brave warriors and others. But there's also not enough attention given to the referees. A sports game is nothing without an umpire, a referee, someone who's supposed to ensure that the quality of the game maintains that high merit. So I'd like, Honorable Deputy Minister, for you to look into NFA, how they compensate players and referees, to ensure that there is no room for the quality of the sports codes and games in this country, that we know Namibia as a country as a whole, we perform above average when it comes to sportsmanship, not only in the country, not only in the continent, but in the world over. And we saw it now with the Two Oceans Marathon, where we have a young woman who came first place. We continuously demonstrate that we are not the land of the brave for nothing. And with that, Honorable Deputy Minister Balotti, I fully support your vote, number 27. Thank you, Chairperson.
Honorable Mvula.
Thank you, Chairperson of the All House Committee. I have three areas here that I would like to deliberate on. First of all is the youth enterprise development. I agree with the previous speaker who basically raised concern on the funding or the multiple funding vehicles for youth development. We are indeed fragmented in our youth development approach, especially when it comes to enterprise development. Now, with the recent, for example, the Youth Development Fund, I, for one, would like to know how those proposals that were funded are demand-driven. Were they, basically, we reported through the Africa peer review mechanism that we created 700 youth enterprises. But then what demand do they actually respond to in terms of the way the proposals were constructed, and basically that led to the adjudication and then awarding of these finances, or rather the funding of those enterprises, because that is the only way we can then later or continuously gauge the impact that we are creating through these initiatives. It's a good initiative. Secondly, now also I assessed some of those funding proposals, but I don't want to go too much that direction. But with the fragmentation, I think it is time that the ministry consider harnessing the youth development approach, either then through the establishment or expanding the services of the youth focal offices in regions or in constituencies, so that we can actually be, or rather increase the impact of our programs. For example, the innovation. There has been over the years, ever since this Entrepreneurs Innovation Award thing ended, through the then what they call JCC, I haven't seen much of innovation or innovative thinking amongst the youth, especially youth enterprises. So I hope the budget would also address that component of youth development. Now, the other part is basically the workplace skills development, which is also part of youth development. I wonder whether the ministry speaks or has spoken to, or continuously speaks or has a platform to speak to collaborate with UNICEF. They train youth, but they do so through civil society organizations. And they train youth in, for example, in ITC and in other areas that are very valuable when it comes to work, for example, to this program, Work Integrated Learning Program, or the WIL, that is pretty much supported by the Ministry of Works through Transnamib. And whether the ministry supports internship, or rather advocates for youth to be placed at workplaces such as Transnamib or other ministries that basically have areas that can assist vocational training centers or graduates from vocational training centers such as KAIK, where Honorable Emma now really used to support, or she actually know that institution in and out. But do we coordinate, or does the ministry assist in coordinating placement of youth when it comes to either apprenticeship or internship? And does that, or can that, if not so, can that be done through the National Youth Council as well then? Just for us to really get somewhere with this youth development and youth empowerment approach. So, Honorable Minister, on the last part, two things: the accreditation of private coaches, whether we have a database for that, and private coaches can actually, or do actually know where to go for assistance, for example. Thank you.
Honorable Shitana. Okay, after him, let me take him. Privilege? Yes. Yeah, that's why I'm saying let me take him, then you come. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Balotti. So, Honorable Balotti, I was expecting you to touch on creative industry. The minister only made a statement on her motivation. Hold it. You are dealing with youth. So, now you did not touch on that one. It was only mentioned in the ministerial statement of Minister of Education. Fine. Here we have 3 projects that are all targeting youth. The ministries, we need to harmonize all the program we have into one pool. Maybe we can do better. If we are just, this ministry is running A, this one is the, I don't think we will reach our point. So the Ministry of Education is running a credit scheme for youth. NYC is running a credit for youth in business. And we have Ministry of Finance, which is running Youth Development Fund. So, how do we monitor now? If the youth we are talking, that one youth benefited from NYC, that youth fund benefited him, and the Ministry of Finance again is one person. How do we monitor that? So it's the serious things that we need to look at. And the last thing is just to confirm here. Last week, Saturday, there was an event in Okongo organized by Swapo Youth League, Okongo District, for Youth Fund. It was on the 10th of April, and the verification was on Friday. When people are saying we must not politicize the national fund, it's a fact. It's a fact. Here's the picture here. Here's the picture here when it was done. Yeah. So it's on the issue of saying the youth fund, it doesn't belong to any party. It belongs to Namibian young people who are unemployed. It must not be taken by any party to tell young people to register and be verified for them to attend the program. That cannot be correct. I submit. A point of privilege.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee and Deputy Speaker. I just want to say, when we raise a concern, we expect the Speaker to act to that concern. When the Speaker is not acting to the concern, we feel that we are being ignored, because the Rule 27, it says the Speaker must maintain and preserve the order and proper decorum in the House, and uphold the dignity and good name of the House. So when we raise a concern to the Speaker, we expect the Speaker to react to that concern for the sake of the decorum of the House. The concern was raised, but the Speaker decided to proceed with the proceedings without raising the concern. And the subject of that concern has already left. So we are just imploring you, Honorable Deputy Speaker and Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, to do the, Chairperson, to do the needed. Thank you.
Thank you. Point well noted. You know, I always want to read So when the concern came, I was trying to locate the rule. So, and that, but sometimes also the decorum is not just purely entrusted on the presiding officer. It's also a conduct of both, all of us in this house. So, and therefore, sometimes when an issue is raised, but you see that there is somehow self-correction, you understand, then you allow the process to continue. The speaker is like a referee. When there is an offense committed, you don't stop immediately. You also allow the flow of the house, also just for the sharing of ideas. But for your intervention, I think Rule 96, unacceptable and undignified language, is completely not permissible from anybody. So that's why I said I wanted, but I could not recall the citation correctly. But where we are, I think we have made progress. There's some kind of self-correction. But members take note of Rule 96 and the way how we conduct each other. Honorable Mpanda.
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. This goes to the Minister and both Minister and Deputy. I see we are primarily focusing on the Deputy. So, President Pohamba, when he left office, because now he can see things properly, one day the press conference, was interviewed by journalists, and he said, man, I wonder why some of these things were not raised with me. I could have done something. Why didn't they tell me? I could have done something. Now that's the president speaking. And we've had ministers who have been ministers, and when they leave office, some other ministers come and say otherwise. You saw how Honorable Klassen felt as a former minister when Minister Wise was saying, you cannot tell us anything when it's come to fishing. What is it that I'm trying to get to? You know, it doesn't hurt minister and deputy to just look at the president in the eyes and say, we understand what you are trying to do, President. But you cannot have the Ministry of Youth and Sport and Innovation and Education and Arts, what else? And many other things. Just to tell the president honestly, unless you are coping. I imagine a day in the life of a minister. So an appointment with a professor who's telling you about patterns happening in the morning. So immediately after that, the person who follows next is an artist. Then immediately the same person who follows is an unemployed young person, a vendor. So you must adjust as a human being from information of a professor to a person who's crying mentally. Yeah, it is important. There's nothing wrong. Tell the president, think about this thing. It cannot work. I've never seen it working. Yes, sport, you can add it together. Now it's higher education. Now it's sport and many other things. So that's the first thing. You can think about it so that you can see what you do. Minister and deputy. There are three types of ministers. There is ministers whose orientation is routine. You launch meetings, you attend sport events, you kick the ball. Yeah? And there is also a minister who is inspired by the vision, who articulate the vision and the direction of youth and sport. That's the second minister. And the third minister is the one who's able to combine both. I fear, and I know you are both capable. Dino is a young man that I've known, and I know you are capable of that imagination. Minister, I know that you're also capable. But I'm afraid you are becoming routine. There's nothing wrong with routine. But we have to think about, even when it comes to sport, what is the vision of major sport activities that we want to attract to Namibia? What is the sport culture that we want to inculcate? So Dino at one point, and Minister Steenkamp at one point, you must be locked in your office to imagine sport, to be able to dream and vision. Now every time, we want you to open our netball, we want you to come and cut the ribbon at the boxing, we want you to be able to do all sorts of things like that. So our people who are supposed to do vision, there's nothing wrong with that, but I'm just advising, because the budget is also an implementation of somebody's ideas. So be very careful about this routine. You will see that you just have an entire calendar of launching and appearing this, doing it, and you don't have an opportunity to think. Sport economy, what type of a sport economy we want to cultivate? So I'm not saying don't go, but just be very careful, because before you know it is 5 years, there will be no single idea that we can credit to you, because you are just being put under pressure. You also need to be able to check the program versus initiative. Colleagues have already spoken about this, NYC, and what central government is actually doing. And you know these things about sport infrastructure. I would find it unacceptable for a government, central government, to say, no, we are going to give it to governors. Very bad. We must tell the president that thing is not sustainable, where you give procurement powers if the ministry is unable, what has happened? Did we hold those people responsible? Are they incompetent? It's not something that we must even celebrate, that governors are responsible for this procurement. NYC Act, National Youth Policy, the program versus the institution, it's a problem. So I'm not instigating you, because the president said to us that apparently he also watches this thing. But it's not sustainable. This current arrangement is not sustainable. You can say, I'm Sanet, I'm very strong. The truth is that you are only a human being. Your mind requires also rest. And the reality is, one day we don't want to have a situation, this mental health bill that we are debating here. You will see, from the look of things, we might have a lot of ministers who are candidates for mental health, just because of how these things are happening. So tell the president.
Thank you. Okay, honorable members, we have spent an hour. What do we do? I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Come again? Okay, we stick to time, ne? Thank you very much. Okay, Honorable Minister Balotti. No, it was moved by him. So, no, but the minister is here, so she can delegate. Yeah, Minister Sanet. Okay. Honorable Ampanda, you here? So the question was still minister. Yeah.
Thank you. Allow me to start by sincerely appreciating the contributions from the colleagues. And
let's listen to the answer. We'll deal with that one. Maybe it's because of the vote, sport.
Okay. So, allow me to repeat. Sport, youth and national service does not belong to MESAC. It is a collective responsibility. And there's not any one single ministry that can say that's not our problem, that's a youth ministry. It's been mentioned 71% belong to young people. That's our dividend, that's our demographic dividend as a country. Now, I see there's a number of colleagues equally sitting in the room. I want to acknowledge them and appreciate them. They've been messaging with contributions. I can only hope that I'll try my best to speak to every question, but a commitment I'll make now is that every single question will be answered, if not in the time allocated. I give you that commitment that even by tomorrow, we will give you feedback individually or collectively. Now, I need to start with 2025-2026 for the budget. And I'm sure most of us are familiar with the 1.3 billion budget allocation. Yeah. That budget was cut by 550 million to 750 million. We're not hiding that that was the cut. And I think as a precursor to answering questions around resource constraints, I just want us to be mindful that that was the budget cut. Now, I'm going to try. Let's start at the beginning. Honorable Kambala. So when we speak to, and I know you spoke in great detail around the Mandela Fellowship or Washington Fellowship Program, but in the contribution we spoke about there equally being youth plenary sessions, various international youth platforms. And I think the learning that we take away from your contribution now is that going forward we're going to more granular detail I can tell you that we had to cut that speech to try and condense it into 15 minutes. But going forward, if it's a 40-page, we will do a 40-page. There was contributions, and personally I cut to try to ensure that we can holistically speak to the mandate in 15 minutes. But we can go into more detail offline. And I agree with you. We should add numbers to the NYC programs as well. You also spoke or asked the question around how much is spent on young people, and I think you mentioned $1 billion. And obviously our program specifically speaks to 35 million. And I think it's equally important for the honorable members and the general public to know, when we speak of our youth directorate, we are speaking about out-of-school youth. So we are not speaking about young people school going. We're essentially speaking about, I don't know, anywhere from 18 to 35. Now, you also mentioned, and I'm going to move because I know there were quite a number of contributions, maybe the last one quickly. You spoke about the Karatura Youth Complex. It's something that probably keeps me up at night, and I've been there on more than one occasion. Some honorable members have also contributed with the deplorable state, and again, it really needs to be a collective. The asset belongs to the ministry, but the responsibility is a collective one. And I want to challenge any honorable member. I see my senior, the Right Honorable Prime Minister, has left. I want to challenge us to collectively go there, even as a house, maybe from one of the standing committees, because perhaps it will be expedited very quickly. Conversations can only go that far. Now, Honorable Mungu, you spoke about, are we not, my apologies for pronunciation. Mungu, there we go. The question was raised, apologies, that we do not fund each of the 61 federations. And what is the long-term plan? Now, you are correct in saying that only a number of federations have been funded for this financial year. And I also want to put on record, and I'm going to touch on NFA toward the end because I want to add a bit more meat to that one. There is an error from the written book that we all received for the NFA zero allocation. I cannot at this point announce what the allocation is, but I can say that that was a manual error. I can say on behalf of my minister that there will be either a ministerial statement or we can put something out in writing to give that exact amount in due course. But when you ask me or us, why are not all 61 federations funded? I want to draw us, and maybe for some bedtime reading, there was a 2018 cabinet approval that spoke to categories of different sport codes. And just quickly, high level, it spoke to category 1 being a national sport code, category 2 being a priority one, category 3 a development sport code, and category 4 a recreational sport code. But what's quite interesting, you'll find cricket being a category 3 sport code, being a development sport code. And as we know, cricket is have qualified for the World Cup, whereas our category 1, which is football, netball, there was a third one. There are many messages that were coming in as we were speaking. But that needs to be re-looked at and reviewed, because the 2018 Federation of Sport Code has changed in 2026, the outputs that they've achieved. Now, coming back to the questions, for the College of the Arts, Honorable Nashinge, I can tell you that this is falling under vote 10, which is our education budget vote. But I wanted to touch, and allow me to quickly, I'll ask for some few more minutes later if I'm permitted. I wanted to just touch on some of the, and it's a very valid question. People must stop messaging me answers, okay. So, I'm getting answers as I'm sitting here. I wanted to, here we go. So, and I think this is valid for all of us listening. The National Youth Service have 11 accredited TVET courses. And I'm only going to highlight one or two. Agriculture, horticulture, crop production, level 3. There's agriculture, farm management, which is a level 4. Clothing production, hospitality, tourism, civil business, service engineering, metal fabrication, and a number of others. And I think it's valid when you say we do not only want to see our trainees move forward to the security cluster. We want to see them become entrepreneurs. I had the benefit of attending both the Rietfontein and the Henties Bay facilities with Her Excellency, our Vice President. and I can tell you that a lot of good work is going into National Youth Service. I asked Minister before we started with the session, is that allocation not a big allocation comparatively? And Minister said, you know how much it costs to feed 600 recruits at each of those facilities for a 6-month period? She said almost the bulk of the money is only just going to food, and I think it's clothing, as an example. But a lot more detail we can go into offline. Honorable Nashinge, I also want to emphasize buy local grow Namibia, and I spoke about this recently. It frustrates me, and I'm very glad this water is Namibian water. Frustrate is the wrong word. It angers me that we are still buying South African water, and that goes for OMAS, even our very own ministry. I've attended a number of sessions, and it happens. We don't have to shy away from it, where we are still having Bonaqua water. Then the argument is, no, but it's actually bottled in Namibia, but the branding is saying South Africa. I don't agree with that. You will not find one Namibian water bottle on a South African shelf or petrol station. So if we are serious about buy local grow Namibia and creating jobs, then we really need to be serious about buy local grow Namibia, which was championed by Honorable Lipumbo in her time as the Minister of International Relations and Trade. Coming back to some more of the questions. And okay, let's talk about netball. The newspaper cup concluded on the Sunday. I was fortunate to be there. Monday, 10 p.m. that night, we sent an email to the Secretary General of Netball Namibia, and we requested a meeting the following day, which is the Tuesday, at midday, 12 o'clock. Having no response, and I know I'm on record now as I'm speaking, and I'm going to be extremely honest. Having had no response, by 10:30 a.m. on the Tuesday, we picked up the phone and we called, and we said, is the meeting for 12 still on? We were told that the SG was not able to attend the meeting. A subsequent memo was sent by my office, copying in the Minister and the Executive Director. Apologies, it was sent to the ED, copying in the Minister, summoning Netball Namibia to give feedback for only having one. And it's not Netball Namibia, there was a selection committee. But I wanted to understand why. Today, which is, what is today? Monday. The days are a blur. A week later, I have not yet received any information around why the selection committee has only given one allocation to the champion. And when we attended the awards, there were multiple awards for Kovango East, player of the tournament, goal scorer of the tournament, defender of the tournament. And unfortunately, those young people were not included in the training squad. So I also await, and then that's the honest feedback I can give you. Now, coming back to Honorable Mashidange, you are most passionate, and I think many of us, if time was permitting, would have given a contribution, especially speaking about young people and about sport. Now, I want to assure you, I really want to assure you, that should we ever come to hear that there's mention of political affiliation for contribution or contributing or being a part of any program, immediately we will summon, and I can give you my assurance that, to my knowledge, and I almost want to speak on behalf of my minister, is to say that we've not yet heard of it. And I want to give you a true story. I attended an event in Oshana this year, and one of the young people was subsequently wearing a t-shirt of your party, and we made some nice jokes, and he was a beneficiary of that program that I was attending. So I can only tell you that that's not something that we will take lightly. This ministry is looking after all young people, and not only those from any political party. Now, coming back to Nkuru, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, and the feasibility studies, I want to again go to my phone very quickly, and I want to just go into a little bit of detail. Please permit me, around the feasibility study, because I had similar questions. I asked, why is so much allocation going towards feasibility studies? And I want to quickly give you this answer. Edie Fries, please stop messaging me. Okay. A feasibility study for a stadium or a basic sport facility. We talk of the topographical survey, which I also had to learn, and it's not just coming and planting lawn. It speaks about the geotechnical investigation to assess soil conditions, the foundation requirements. It speaks about the flood line study to identify flood risks and guide the drainage design. It speaks about the traffic impact assessment to evaluate access, parking, road capacity, etc. The study also examines environmental and social impacts, ensuring compliance with regulations, minimizing negative effects on surrounding communities. So there is work around a feasibility study. But I want to assure you that we are very critical, Minister and myself, in many meetings. And whatever is allocated to feasibility study, I want to put on record and say that we make sure that that is not the allocation that goes. We never want to allow a large portion of the budget to constantly be going to studies. We want to see it and feel it. It must be tangible. To proceed, please, Honorable Mashindangele, even if I am not afforded more time, let me make it categorically clear. And if that's an oversight, I take responsibility. The 121 basic sport infrastructures was never ever intended to be written as in any one financial year. Based on our manifesto, based on NDP 6, it speaks about the duration of this 5-year term. Now when you take 28, for us it was the most easiest math. We say 2 constituencies per region per annum. When you take 28 over 5 years, you get 140 as the number, and we know it's a 121, which is the commitment. Now, as mentioned in the statement last week, the intention, and I know we've all seen the groundbreaking ceremonies. We've received quite a lot of critique to say, are these not ceremonial? But we really had to ensure that we can start. Now, on record, 10 million is in the bank account, ring-fenced bank account, 5 million per constituency. Her Excellency, our President said, driving next to the road, we see young people playing on sand. We don't want that to be the case. It is not a stadium, it is a basic sport facility. I think as we can debunk that English of we're building 121 stadiums, we are building 121 sport facilities. If there's a grass field, if there's a netball court, if there's a volleyball court, we can only hope that there are some toilets and a very small pavilion. If that's all that we can do to ensure that that is in every constituency, we're very happy. That would be great. And I think the swimming pool, we had a conversation with the mayor of Rundu maybe 1 week ago. And we put a lot of, I lied, apologies, the mayor of Ochivarongo. And we put a lot of pressure to say, why is there no public swimming pool in Ochivarongo? We are now working with B2 Gold and putting them on the spot. And we're going to try and make sure that we can take public swimming pools to all major towns. Honorable Chair, may I ask for some few more minutes? Yeah. Please. Yes, please. Thank you. Yes, please. Moving forward.
You are the jailer. No, I'm asking.
NSSU, the 6 million allocation, I want to say that I need to get a bit more information and come back to give exact. I don't want to sugarcoat how exactly that funding is going. There were too many messages coming in, and I actually saw a response around the NSSU one as the questions were coming in. To Honorable Ausiku, the 5 million that was allocated, I can tell you that it's not necessary. Equity must be considered. Equitable funding must be considered. It is not a direct divide by 14. I think the number comes to 357,000. And it's for mass participation. We want to ensure that this could be for any one tournament. There's still capacity for people, for teams, for federations to write to us and say they're hosting, can we support them? Now, Honorable Kalorolo, I think I've touched on NFA, but now I want to go into a bit more detail. NFA received funding from FIFA. I'm going to use the English opaque feedback that we receive. I think opaque is a color, if I'm not mistaken. We are not 100% sure how much funding the Football Association get from FIFA, the mother body. Now, and that I can put on record. I think it was in December last year, I wrote it down here, 18th of November, it was announced, publicly announced, that the independence of the Premier League, the MPFL, for the new calendar year, for the new season, it will be independent from the NFA. That was publicly announced. Now last year, the Premiership could not continue if government did not jump in to avail additional allocation. You mentioned it. You mentioned the 10 million. The NFA came back to us and asked for another 10 million, which would have taken the funding to 62 million for one federation. Now, I might love football, but that is not fair to all the federations in country. And I can tell you that we are not running the ministry, or we're not leading it with any favoritism. We are trying to ensure equitable funding. But we do understand the many national teams that the youth teams, I think the under 17 girls played yesterday. They unfortunately lost. I think it was against Kenya. But we have youth teams, we have the men's team, we have the women's team. But the funding, and I think there was another question around how are the ref, and Honorable Theophilus asked the question around are we paying? If we are funding a federation with 52 million, it is our expectation that they are paying referees. It came to our knowledge, it came to my knowledge, and we asked the right questions. Behind the scenes, we make sure that we don't only put out Facebook posts. We write those letters, we write those emails, we summon people in, and we have questions. Now, as I draw to a close, and maybe I know I've missed a few, Honorable Shitana, the creative industry, I would like to go into more detail. It's a vote 10, budget vote. But you asked a very good question, and you asked, or you informed us that the youth fund in Congo, I think you said on the 10th of April, that there was a session, I don't know if I used the word championed or brought together by the Youth League, the Swapo Party Youth League. I want us to, the more platforms we can have to inform the nation, and I'm being honest, the more platforms. I can tell you that I personally spoke, just trying to think of the town, last year about the National Youth Fund. And I was wearing party colors because that program was a party program. Nobody wanted to hear any of my stories. The key topic was National Youth Fund. And that was not me as the deputy minister. I was there in my party colors speaking about the National Youth Fund. But I can assure you that when Ministry of Finance, the Development Bank, EIF, shortlisting, when they're going through the process, they do not have a political lens on funding. Because there's no, but honestly, there's no requirement to say what is your political affiliation. So anyone that submits, So, no, okay, as I conclude. Yeah. And so, sincerely, Honorable Shitana, if we can add value in the conversation around national priorities, even at political party events, we will be very happy to come and give information. That I can be, if you tell me that your party is having an event, with due time, say, Dino or DM, this is the event for our party. But we want you to come and speak only about sport or about the National Youth Fund. I can tell you now that I will come and speak about that, and I will excuse myself. With that, Honorable Speaker, I
Thank you. Any discussion? Let's adopt and then you can come. Huh? Yeah. Honorable Mpanda.
Yeah, so in the answers that the Deputy Minister gave, he was saying the budget that we are approving has a 0. And then he was saying there is a mistake. And he cannot point out what is the figure that's supposed to have been there. So we need to deal with that. And I know some people just say, let's approve and adopt. But the minister is saying there's a mistake. Yesterday, there was a good clarification that no, that allocation on NANSO is going to some research. Yes, research and innovation. It was on the basis. Now, how do we approve when the minister is saying there's a mistake there?
Okay.
So that let's deal with that to say because now
I got you, Honorable Mpanda.
Okay. So then the minister was saying, okay, maybe we are going to have a ministerial statement, or no, but we must approve the budget now. The minister wants to answer.
Minister, clear.
Thank you very much. We value the inputs provided by the Deputy Minister and the team and ourselves. I wish to state the only time that we will change, although there are discussions that must happen between the two EDs, ED Sports, Youth and National Service, and ED of Finance. The midterm budget review will truly tell us what lack we currently have and how it will be funded. Yeah? So it is the midterm budget review. For now, we approve what is there. No, at the moment, there is nothing for netball and there's nothing for NFA at this very moment. And until we have something in writing, a commitment during the midterm budget review, we will not be able to say what is that amount. So we all have to wait for the midterm budget review, because as it was said, more than 550 million is what we have less this year in the budget, which means we had to really play safe with what we have. But we understand the concern, it is noted, and it's also the team that is here, the technical team that is here must assure that in future we don't have that. So the process now will have to start now for the midterm budget review, knowing what are the gaps and where the gaps need to be addressed. So, no, there is. The fact of the matter is that we don't have the amount right now, and we cannot go back to the budget. The budget is in the book, but with midterm budget review, it can be reviewed, provided that we have that opportunity.
Okay.
So
yeah, what she technically says is they will just be remained within the process, so that by the midterm review there will be a figure that correspond to that particular activity.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any objection? Agreed to? Thank you. I now put vote 37, agriculture and land reform. I will just use this list.
Huh?
Honorables.
There's a list. There's a list.
Eh?
There's a list already.
Yeah. There are names here.
No problem.
Oh, Honorable Swat. Thank you very much. Just wait. Yeah.
Chairperson of the whole House Committee, I like to appreciate my home girl, the Honorable Minister Shafuta, who has a very nice dress on. It's very good. Part of finance reform, I think. But agriculture continues to show that it is the way forward. But our budgeting processes seem to suggest that some aspects of what can help us is not attended to. Nekerdal Dam, there's not much happening there. The dam is overflowing, can create so many jobs. I wonder what the minister says about the Nekerdal Dam. So many opportunities, so much to do with food security. And if you follow some of the economists and others in the meteorological services, they tell us that in the next 2 to 3 years there is a massive global famine coming. And there is a warning that is being issued that African governments have about 2 years to prepare for a famine of that nature. In fact, even today, some people are informing us that some colleagues that have money are stocking up on some of the foodstuff that are said that will be in short supply. Things like cooking oil, some people are stocking up. So I wonder, what is the intention with the Nekerdal Dam? Is it a financial problem? Is it a land issue? What is it? Is it a structural issue with the dam? Is it a political issue? What precisely is it that this dam cannot become a dam that produces food, even if it has to be done in phases? Maybe you cannot do the entire 5,000 hectares or whatever figure is to be irrigated, but what is really the problem? The second one, Honorable Chairperson, is alongside the food security issue. We have a state-of-the-art abattoir at Witvlei that has basically lifted that community to a reasonable degree, and it got shut down. We are now hearing that the Chinese want to import meat from Namibia. Has there been any talks perhaps to see how, together with the owners of Witvlei abattoir, that this abattoir can be revived so that we are able to get some value for money and to help that community to get some jobs? Then on the land question, Honorable Chairperson, it seems that the ancestral land question and the whole land question has been given a sign of defeat, that there is no more much focus on it when you look at how the budget continues to decrease in land acquisition and land redistribution. I'm wondering that when you look at the ancestral land report, there is an accumulated report that says that about 200 billion was lost by the communities that were the victims of genocide. And I'm wondering how that knowledge by the Ancestral Land Commission report got factored into the genocide discussions. Or was the report a meaningless report that did not have any impact in terms of the final amounts that are being discussed in the joint declaration, because there is a trail as to what land was lost, what value of that land is available, which communities lost that land, and that therefore the discussions should have taken that loss into account. Honorable Chairperson, I would also urge the Minister to look at ways in which farmers in communal land and other areas are generally assisted with meaningful financial instruments to enhance the proper land use of their farms. You can't just have livestock farming any longer, given the droughts and the famine that people talk about, but applicable interventions to assist farmers to enhance the land use where they have water so that they can produce far more better. But we speak about this every year and not much is happening. There are other countries that have money that are willing to help, but people are not picking up. So I wish the Minister well. I know she is a transformational figure who has helped NAMDEP to survive the storms. I hope she has a strong political backing to push this agriculture and land portfolio to a legitimate space where it can meaningfully help job creation and value addition. But from the budget that we see, agriculture continues to suffer, land issues continue to be at the back burner of things. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Lucato.
Honorable Chairperson of all House Committee, members of the whole House Committee, thank you very much for the platform. I rise on vote 37, agriculture and land reform. Let me start with agriculture. Agriculture in Namibia is so important because the masses of this country depend on agriculture. In agriculture, we have too many divisions. These are including the communal land, the communal farmers. Then we have other farmers, commercial farmers. So these two divisions need to be supported by the Ministry of Agriculture through financially to support the farmers in all those affecting factors. And then also in the division of agriculture, we have a concern, or the Namibian people, they have concern because of their, when it comes to the cultivating of their land, crops, and all those things, they used to phosphate in order to have their land cultivated, but after cultivation, there is no market at all. Farmers suffer as a result of that. So they become, before independence they were poor, then after independence they have become poorer. Then let me come to the division of land. Me, myself, on the half of the National Democratic Party NDP, participated on the second National Land Conference, which was held 2018 in Windhoek, and chaired by my relative brother, the late Hage Genkop, may his soul continue to rest in eternal peace. On that land conference, we have adopted more than 100 resolutions. Those resolutions included the Overherero and the Nama ethnic groups, those who lost properties and the land, to be provided free of charge. We have endorsed it. So I want also to ask you, my relative sister, Honorable Minister, can you provide the feedback about how far is that resolutions which we have adopted? Because Namibian, all stakeholders, including the traditional authorities, we have agreed and adopted those resolutions. Why is so slow to implement those resolutions? Lastly, Honorable Chairperson of All House Committee, let me say I don't have a doubt to support vote 100%.
Yeah. Thank you. Honorable Erunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, Honorable Minister of Agriculture. I would like to welcome the construction of the feedlot at Etunda irrigation project. It is very important, very vital, long overdue. We thank you very much for that initiative because it will be able to enhance the job creation for our farmers and also marketing of our livestock in the northern part of communal land. And we are hopeful that the next feedlot will be constructed in the northern part of Kudina region because of a number of wildlife, not wild animals, cattle, goats and sheep in that part of the region. Next, Honorable Minister of Agriculture, some years back, our farmers used to benefit a lot from the Omutabomawe quarantine camp. A couple of years back, it has been vandalized, and in 2025, it was completed, it was renovated, and it was ready for everything, for operation. Unfortunately, late last year, it was destroyed by fire. So, therefore, it is very important. People were there, soldiers were there, police officers were there, and they were so helpless because there were no firefighting equipment. So, it is very vital for the Ministry of Agriculture to make sure that those equipments are provided at facilities like that one of Omutabumawe quarantine camp. And the other thing, we have also another quarantine camp at, it's called Condor in Kamanyap constituency. It is actually a reception quarantine camp. Once you take your animals to Omutabumawe in northern and in Umsati region, so you have to keep your animals there under inspection by the Ministry of Agriculture, your ministry, for 21 days, and then transport them to Condor quarantine camp for further inspection before you can sell them anywhere on hoof. So that camp is still vandalized, not renovated. We are only hopeful that this budget will cater for the renovation of that quarantine camp, including the third one in Sesfontein constituency. So with this, I wholeheartedly support vote 37, and I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Aikola.
Yeah, thank you very much, Deputy Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, you have mentioned that they are programs, agricultural programs. I just want to really tell you, and really, I want you to really take this very, very serious. You see, Namibia is a very dry country. 2019, we had the most extremeliest drought in the whole country. Now, does the ministry have programs that goes out there and do counseling to the farmers? Because in that year, we have lost a lot of farmers. Many of them committed suicide. And this one, I'm speaking because we even have our activist who lost his father because of high blood pressure after losing more than 100 cattle. Is there a program that just goes to the farmers and educates them that, look, there might be drought, you might lose your animals at any time. These are things that you need to do. It's not the end of the world and all those things. And I really want you to take it very serious so that we can keep these things of losing our farmers. The second one is just that I looked into the book, the estimate book, but there is no budget allocated to drought. I mean, Namibia is a very dry country, as I've mentioned. What is the ministry going to do? I know the ministry have just, most of the time, relying so much on drought relief programs, but that's not what the people need. What is the ministry going or doing? What measures does the ministry have? If, for example, now, we are waiting for harvesting, right? We happen not to harvest anything from the fields in the north, for example. Is the ministry having any measure or any substitutional programs that can help these farmers? Okay, number two is, there used to be, or probably still there used to be a project that would give 10 cattle and 20 goats to the farmers, mostly to the women. You know, this information is mostly this side before the red line, or to say south of the red line, and hardly being disseminated to the northern part of the country. What is the ministry going to do about it? Because farmers from Oluwaya, from Omsati, from Kachinakachi, from Kavango, Zambezi, also want to partake in this program. My second last point is just that I want the minister, last year, Honorable SG, he mentioned that the dried meat, must pass through the red line, and people must enjoy the meat here, dry meat. And the ministry also went to announce, but Honorable Minister, I want you to make it very clear, because this is not the reality. A lot of people are being stopped with their dried meat. Exactly. A lot of them, we even have an honorable here, an MP, in the same chamber that was mentioned. I want the minister to really make it clear. Are you saying that the dried meat must be cooked, or the dry meat must come as it is, so that the whole nation can be cleared? The last one is just veterinary clinics. Honorable Minister, I am not sure if you have visited them. There is still lack of medication. Last year, December, I took my dogs there, our dogs. But not even one injection we could get, not even rabies. There is nothing. So, Honorable Minister, really take this. The veterinary clinics, they are really down the standard. And mind you, they used to be the best. When we used to take our animals to the veterinary clinic, you would think that you are in a private hospital. Yes, but now, that's how they used to treat our animals. But now, Honorable Minister, please have a look into it. Look at even the staffing there. The staff is also there. Shortage. You will spend the whole day taking a dog to the clinics. So, Honorable Minister, thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mulunga. No, let me take Honorable Mulunga and come back. It's a point of privilege, ne? Yeah, let me take Honorable Mulunga and come back.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I want to draw the attention of the Honorable Minister to page 482 of the Income and Expenditure book. The amount allocated for the dry land crop production that we transfer to the various regional council is drastically reduced from 311 million to 78 million. This is amidst the challenges that our farmers are faced with, especially getting access to tractors that are never coming, or when they do come, they come almost when it's at the end of the rainy season. And also the access to fertilizers. I know it has been said that the ministry is providing fertilizers, but we have tried to get these fertilizers from the various ministry offices, but these fertilizers are never available. So I'm very, very worried, especially that the budget has drastically reduced with such a big amount. If we go on the next page, 484, the ministry continues to budget for agri-biz dev, and there is an amount of 50 million this year, an amount of 50 million next year, and an amount of 50 million in the other year. When the ministry's position is very, very clear that agri-biz dev has been reintegrated into the ministry, but it doesn't show as if integration is happening because it's being budgeted as a separate entity, and this budget in all years of the MTEF. If we go to page 484, there is a budget of about 50 million that is appearing for the first time under the equalization fund. And I've tried to look for perhaps an explanation what this equalization fund is all about, but I couldn't find any. So if the ministry can elaborate on what this equalization fund is all about, that has been budgeted an amount of 50 million. In terms of land reform, an amount of 75 million was budgeted for in the revised budget. But in the motivation of the minister and Her Excellency the President, you indicated that 10 farms totaling an amount of 35 million were acquired at a cost of 85 million. But then the revised budget only shows 75 million. So there's a discrepancy of about 10 million, and I'd like to find out where that 10 million came from. There's also a discrepancy where it shows that 35,000 hectares was acquired, but in the development program budget book shows that 38,000 hectares was acquired. So there's a discrepancy of about 3,000 hectares between what is in the motivation and what is in the development book. Also, similarly, there is also 46,000 hectares that were acquired at a cost of 111 million to resettle generational farm workers. But if you look in the budget book again, it's only about 100 million that was budgeted for last year. But here in the motivation it says 111 million was paid. So where did the additional 11 million come from? And there's also 40 million that was paid for 2 resettlement farmers that resettled the Botswana of Namibian descent. But I've been looking for the budget provision for this 40 million in this book, but I couldn't find it. Finally, as I conclude, this current financial year we've budgeted about 70 million to buy farms and about 45 million for landless farmers in corridors. And it shows in this budget book that we have budgeted to buy about 10 farms measuring 30,000 hectares. And it says these 10 farms will only be given to 10 beneficiaries, which is quite very, very small in comparison to the demand for the farmland that we have. Perhaps it's time that we look at acquiring farmland and subdividing it into smaller units of 10, 20 hectares to be given to farmers who do not want to go into cattle farming, for example,
especially those that want to do horticulture, chicken production, dairy production, those that want intensive farming don't need huge tracts of land. So we can give them those small farms.
Thank you. Yes, Honorable. Honorable Mwashindange.
Yeah, thank you very much, Chairperson. Now I'm rising on the point of privilege. I was on the list to contribute between Honorable Nashinge and Honorable Kandorodo, and for some reasons my computer just flashed, and then it switched off. So that's my point of privilege. If table office can please rectify that. I was between there. You see. Thank you. That's my point of privilege. Thank you very much.
Okay, now you are many and I will do injustice. I will try to accommodate everybody. Honorable Ihemba. Karonda, you were out. That's why.
Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I will start with a quote from the budget motivation statement, which says, agriculture is the cornerstone of Namibia's food security and prosperity. And from the look of things, I can confidently say that with this allocation, I don't think this pillar is as hard as a stone because of the huge budget cut that you suffered. And I feel with you, both my Honorable Shadow Minister of Agriculture and my Minister with the execution powers. Because what's striking is a larger part of your budget is going towards planning. Planning is very important, yes, but honorable members, we cannot eat plans. One could have thought perhaps your money will follow the farmers, the old men and women, including the young people who are in the crop fields and behind our livestock, both small and big. And what is also more painful is the fact that if you look at your program for relief, your operation definition or description says that you are the key in those operations, and we have flood now in Zambezi and other disasters. So you're supposed to be in the forefront to provide, as it's saying in the main operations, to assist those victims. But the question comes, are you really being felt in those areas? Those of our colleagues who were there will attest that people really need food, but our silos are empty. And what is more painful is also the fact that your capacity building programs has been cut. The 29,000 which was there has been removed. You only have, say, not so much to capacitate those involved in farming, for example. I would have thought the farmers are included in this capacity building so that they can produce more food, so that our silos are food. We cannot really celebrate on those things which are being distributed. Some are calling it plastic rice. Our farmers are capable to produce food so that we can be self-sustainable. I mean, really that's what I wanted to contribute, but in conclusion, I would remind us to think of what those before us said. A hungry man is an angry man, meaning people deprived of basic necessities, especially food, can become very much frustrated and can be prone to causing chaos. And I so thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I had a list here, and I can, sometimes I do write. I had, besides Honorable Swartboy, Haikola, Mulunga, Ihemba, Nashinge, Mwashindange, Kandorondu, Kumbwa, Shitana, Honorable Thomas, Somaip, Amupanda, Gaubaip, Fries, Nekongo, Kalangula, and Karonda. That's the names I'm having. Okay. Honorable Nashingi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Minister, thank you very much for the budget. I'll be fast as I can. On agriculture, the efforts are appreciated, but perhaps it's just a question if the minister and her ministry are content with agricultural activities, for most especially in communal areas. My observation is that we are continuing with the usual. And in today's world, I think money matters. Since much of the budget is going towards planning, are we perhaps thinking of guiding and introducing our communities to newer ways of doing their agricultural activities in these various areas? Also in some areas, especially in the southern part of the country, where some of our communities members can be given an opportunity to try with the little access to water that they have to start also being able to produce something and bring money into their bank account. For example, in the northern part of the country, sorghum can also make good pap. But are we encouraging community members in suitable areas to produce more sorghum or black-eyed beans, which enjoys a good market in the US, for example, then just continuing with the usual? I think we need to change a bit so that we can economize the agricultural activities in those areas. We do recognize the 26% reduction, which is really a challenge to the ministry. But I think with the little that we have, let us also try to improve on those activities. One more thing, Honorable Minister, is just on the equipment. I wanted to find out the tractors, for example, that we procured in the previous financial years. How many actually in working condition in Oshikoto, Musatio, Hangwena, and how many are stationed? But also, after the rainy season, why are we not considering sharing the communities in the communal area, in the commercial, especially Chinsabis area, to make sure that they share these tractors, than just having these tractors packed and wait for the next rainy season? The commercial farmers, they also need support, and not only in Chinsabis but elsewhere, so that we can assist them to cut costs and be able to produce more. There was in the previous financial year, there was a commitment to set up seeds processing plants in Omahenene, Katiti, Mashare irrigation training centers in the Zambezi region. Where are we now? What do we have in place? Have we started? Are we at 50%, or there's just nothing at all? On the other issue, Honorable Minister, this vote 37 is quite important, but rubber stamping it may not do justice to our conscience as lawmakers. The 2 billion that we got from the African Development Bank, there are issues in the ministry that are being raised and require serious investigation, especially the allocations of those funds and the issues of maladministration and accountability in the areas of Oshikoto, Musatio, Hangwena, and so on. Those farmers, they need justice, and I think passing the budget alone will not be fair. We also need to look into that issue and find out what is really had happened, and make sure that those that are responsible account, so that we don't just throw, because we must pay this money back, and also this money was meant for the farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Mwashindange. Honorable Mwashindange.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I rise to contribute to this very important vote. Honorable Minister, I've noted with mixed feelings when the Minister of Finance reported in this House through her budget motivation that in our green schemes we only managed to plant 1,290 hectares. As vis-a-vis the 5,424 hectares that are planted by our correctional service. Now, Honorable Minister, where is the problem? National Correctional Facilities is able to do this wonderful job. Very commendable. What is it with the green schemes? 36 years down the line, these guys, we are pumping a lot of billions there. There's nothing. Where's the value for money? When are we seriously going to transform these green schemes to make sure that whatever we put in there, we are able to get out in a form of food? And also, the other thing is Karimbeza, Honorable Minister. Karimbeza, we have gotten very wonderful reports from Karimbeza of what they produced previously. But very disappointing, part of the rice that they produced was actually, it was stored there, and the mice and the cockroaches and everything else was feeding on that rice. You know, when we have a nation that is dying of hunger every day, we are able to waste food that is produced by government money. You know, where is the problem, Honorable Minister? Where are the bottlenecks? And until when will this problem seriously go on like this? Just a few days ago, you know, we are feeding people in Zambezi plastic rice, or is it leather rice? I don't know.
Is it really appropriate, that one?
They say it's plastic. The people.
They say it. I'm just saying, Honorable Member, you draw attention to me for the language use.
Okay.
You are again the same member that use a language or terminology that is not appropriate.
Honorable Chair, but this is not my language. It was all over in the news. If you didn't see the newspaper, I'll bring it to you.
No.
It's written, they are complaining of plastic rice. It's not my writing. It's newspapers. It's not my language.
I agree that they wrote, but I'm saying you are the same member who brought to the attention of me for the appropriate use of words.
Now, Honorable Chair.
So if other people are becoming rude, you will also be rude.
Honorable Chair, I'm saying newspaper report. So it's not my word.
Continue.
It's not
you
my
see,
word.
Then it means nothing when you bring to the attention of the presiding officer, when you are of the opinion that there is words that are not parliamentary or that are not most appropriate. But when you use those words, then you feel that it is not yours, you make reference to something. I'm just saying, you must also apply your mind because you own that statement. That statement is made by you in this house. It's not made by the newspaper.
Honorable Chair, you have given me the floor.
Continue.
I don't know if you have given me the floor to debate with me.
No, I don't debate. I was just trying to assist.
And my time has really been eaten up because I was having a conversation with the presiding member.
1 minute. 1 minute.
But in that regard, I withdraw quoting the newspaper, the plastic or the leather rice. I withdraw that. I withdraw that. All I'm saying is, we are feeding our people with donated rice. When we produced rice ourselves and let it rot, Honorable Minister, I think honestly we really need to do so much in making sure that these bottlenecks are removed and that we don't serve our people that. And then the vungu, the Right Honorable Prime Minister told us last year that we will drink the first milk from that production in December. We are still waiting for the first milk. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Gandorondu.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Chairperson and Honorable Minister, for your budget of 37. Let me dwell on rural water supply. Oh, it's not here. Yeah, oh, agriculture and land. Okay. No. I'll start with the resettlement. Land. But I don't want to discuss about land because I have prepared myself for the appropriation bill. However, there are areas that needs to be looked at in terms of what have been allocated here. The issue of generational farm workers. There is a clear and a very easy process how to implement it. If you go to Hopape's Canaan, 99% of the peoples that are there because they are generational farm workers. The place where they were born and grow up have been bought either by government or individuals, and then they have been removed and only end up being in Canaan in Hopapes. That's apply Grootfontein, that applies Okakarara, Oshiwarongo, Windhoek here, everywhere. So these are communities that are already in existence. So you can cluster them according to how they used to be and have a group resettlement scheme. Instead of giving 2,000 hectares to me only, you give it to 200 people. You create a communal area there where we live, you and I. We live in communal areas. In 3,000 hectares, there are 15 households, and we survive, we graze there. So what is a problem with resettlement? Why can't we do that? And then, please, Honorable Minister, the issue of Okamuru will always feature out. Let's see what can we do. I don't need to dwell much. You are well aware about it. See what we can do to allocate some funds from this budget and buy it and engage with the current owner. And the other story in the background, I will leave it for another day. Yeah. The issue of Kalibesa, I'm very happy that I think it's 8 million have been allocated. And I think when we were there, they wanted to procure the machine that does the processing. And it was in a range of this money. But the quotation have been done, I think it was in 2005. But I think by now, with the price escalation, this amount is a smaller nyana amount. Let's increase so that the production can start. And not only about the machinery itself, and the whole setup, the water leakage at Kalibesa, the whole green scheme need quite a number of attentions, many of them, so that they can help us with food security. On the tractors, more especially in communal areas, in, let's say, a Bukiro constituency, there is only one tractor for more than 50 plantations. They don't make it. There is a lot of breakdowns and so forth. And even there is a baba harvest for beans, the cow bees. These cow bees, when are they going to be gazetted so that we can find them in the shelves of ShopRite, Womenbrook, and whatever? Now you get them only in the kakeri bag in front of ShopRite. It cannot be obtained through a normal teller. So we need to hustle. So I see here you have a grain storage facility. Why can't we have a storage facility, killings for these cow bees through AMTA, so that we take it there, they buy it, they keep it there, and then they process it, and then give it to the retailers, so that we can be confident enough that if we put it on the ground, it will be taken.
Thank you. Honorable Kumbwa.
Chairperson of the Wholesale Committee for the floor. Honorable Minister, I'm standing here to support the vote 37, under your leadership. But then I will have a token of advice on what to be done, which is needed for the people of Namibia, especially in the communal land. So in your motivation speech, that is number 16, 18, 19, and 20, I 100% commend you for that. For the beef export to foreign countries, the construction of the feedlot, and the purchase of tractors in the past, work done, and then the meat processing unit in Ongwediva. It is progress to me for the benefit of the people. But then we acquire these tractors to support green schemes all over the country. But one problem is, since the ministry does not concentrate on the communal farmers who are at rural areas, because other honorables have mentioned already that these tractors come very late, instead of maybe coming during the right time of November, December, January. The tractors come very late, and where you see those people who have private tractors, when they come in, they overcharge these poor people, and some other cultivations stand over to the next year, which is not conducive to our people, and hunger is striking because of this. Another thing is that, however, these tractors are enough in the green schemes, but then the same green schemes allocate plots to certain people. Since 2008, the inception of green schemes, but never, these people never graduated from small-scale farming to a better, so that they are allocated land in the communal land for them to have a group. Currently, they are just renting year in and year out, renting from the owner of these green schemes. I know it's a government-owned, but there are a play that seems to be that certain owners hide within the government entity, but these people are not benefiting. So we must make provision for them to graduate, to get funds, so that they have their own places to make more food for themselves, especially for the household. Now, I have one question. It's good that Etunda have a feedlot, but I'm interested to hear whether the ministry have benchmarked a certain place similar to this one, because this is the first time. Now, what will be the next place, either in Karas or in Zambia, so that we have this equity, service provider to be equally in the country, so that we don't concentrate at one side, because when I sleep, I must sleep on my bed, but when I get tired, I can go down again. So I have to balance myself. So we must also balance the services provision in this country. That is what I mean here. Then the last one, I think the Namibia what is this? NIPDP, Investment Program and Development for Namibia, have streamlined Blueberry of Namibia. I know it's a private company. It is in Mashare and Divundu.
Help me also to balance with other members. Thank you very much. Honorable Shidana.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. The President was standing there. The President was telling us that her priority is agriculture. And yet, the President allows and agrees for a budget cut on agriculture, which is in here. So this is going to affect what is happening on the ground. So that's why I always tell our leaders that we must not only count progressing in Windhoek. People that are working there on the sand and other areas, those are the people that are going through a lot. That is one. Number two, Honorable Minister, how are we going to give support to women empowerment? That is a motto now. And we have women who are doing well from Zambezi and Kavango, who are selling nuts. When we came back from Easter weekend, so we found 3 trucks here at Otavi, just full of nuts. It's a nut. I'll show you the peanut. Those ones. So it's a ground nut. Yeah, it's a ground nut. So these women, we found them there like 4 o'clock in the morning, standing there with their lot of bags. Some they are going to Shakati, some they are going, they don't know where to take these things. Yet we have our Namibian child who are dying in hospital over hunger and malnutrition. And there is a nice food that they normally feed to those kids when they go to hospital that is made from those ground nuts. It's those things. Why are we not taking this opportunity? Then we take this production, then we take to hospital, then we feed our kids. Now they are there, might be for 1 or 2, 3 days, they start getting rotten. And yet we are still empowering them to move forward. Number 3, Honorable Minister, I always have this question that, okay, we have communal land and commercial land. But when we are talking of these two, I think commercial land is only focusing on selling cattle and goats on this side. In the north, if you happen to acquire land and you did not utilize it for 3 years or 2 years, you are obligated to take it back to the headman. And these people who are owning farms here, they don't produce anything.
For 20 years.
They don't produce anything.
In Europe even. Nonsense.
What they do, they are producing grass. That is what they do, and we call it a commercial. Why are we not compelling them to start producing food for Namibians, since they are the one even who own 70% of our land? They must start doing production and produce food we eat in Namibia. It cannot be fair. You are compelling the other on the other side of the line to give back their land when they are not working on it, yet you have people who are owning 70% of our land, doing nothing with it. Some they have 10 or 15 cattle, and we are okay with it. So something is wrong with us, and we need to move away from that. So the last one is, last year I spoke about preservation of our seeds. And there is nothing in your budget on a book. When are we going to preserve our seeds? When we face drought, everything is gone. So that is my submission.
Thank you, Honorable Thomas.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Deputy Speaker of the Whole House Committee, Honorable members, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you very much. My point is very short. I want to start by saying that agriculture is very important project, and we can call it as a human right, a part of human rights. Because once somebody does not have food, and I think the country starts paralyzed, becomes sick. Agriculture, to see that so much budget was cut, it's shocking the nation. If we said you can't lead the people or the country with the people with the empty stomach. Agriculture is very important. I just want to touch on the side of a Tunda irrigation project. Those years, 1994 up to 2008, that agriculture project, the irrigation project, it was functional and producing. I don't know what happened. Since the government agreed that individuals, they must buy some plot or maybe agreed or sign some plot inside, that agriculture went down. I think Honorable Minister look at that to make sure that the government must take control of that agriculture in order to produce enough food in the country and stop these things of importing food from South Africa or elsewhere. And I think I have witnessed with my eyes when I was as a police officer investigating cases of those Mugandares inside there. I was based in Wakana. That project has got a canal from Kaluheke inside. Now those waters, if I see it, is only now people are taking that water to their own farm there. Those who are strong enough to make some projects. And I think the government must control that irrigation, and so that we can have enough food there. Another, that is one. Second one, I just want to ask, I see Honorable Kato here ask something, like we had some resolution which was approved during the land conference of 2018, but none of those resolutions implemented. I see here here you said the implementation of outstanding second national land conference resolution remains a central obligation. Just as a full stop. I do not know whether you said we are now going to implement as quick as possible, or we are going to still look at, with this small budget, this cut of budget. It's very difficult for you, my sister, to work and satisfy the country. So I think we need some more food. Those resolutions must be implemented. Now, how many years now? We must make sure that those resolutions, especially on the land management, it must be implemented so that we can help ourselves to see where the government is going with these empty stomach people in the country. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Sumaip. Then we have to talk about the time, ne?
Yeah, thank you, Chairperson. I will just round up very quickly. Honorable Minister, I want to touch a bit on a NAMSI program that supports dry crop protection program. Yes, this program is initiated within the councils to address the dry crop protection. But there are concerns from the ground that subsidies are underutilized, and so the farmers do not access these subsidies. So I want you to concentrate on that, and also the maintenance backlog. We have realized that tractors that are used, they are standing for a long time because of maintenance. So it's advisable for us to allocate funds to the regions so that repairs can be done on time. On the other hand, Honorable Minister, I want to touch on the issue of ancestral farm workers. There's been a written councillor coming from the constituency that have most resettlement farms. We have realized that these ancestral farm workers that are working at the farms, once we are doing the procurement of the farms, we are doing the assessment. So I want you to include these farmers in the assessment and to prioritize them in the resettlement program. Because what we have realized is these farmers, after somebody who is already having a homestead or so to say ancestral land, is been resettled again at a commercial farm, and these people are relocated to the informal settlements. So for us, or for me, I'm suggesting that once we are starting with the assessment, let us find out who are these people, how long are they there, to prioritize them as first priority, and then consider others that are applying from the outside, from outside. Because what Honorable mentioned, it's a reality on the ground, because our towns are full of ancestral farm workers as informal inhabitants. So this program, land resettlement program, is meant for Namibians that was not having the advantage to have land, access to land. So I'm always asking myself, who is more Namibian than other Namibian? So I submit.
Thank you. Honorable members, we have forgone the hour. Guide me. Huh? No, okay. I think, to be fair, on the original list, I had Honorable Ampanda, still 30 minutes. Honorable Ampanda, Honorable Kaubaib, Honorable Fries, Honorable Nekongo, Honorable Kalangula. Is it Kalangula or yeah, Kalangula and Karonda. That was on the original list that I had. Yeah, that's why I said I just want to deal with these 6, 30 minutes, and then after that we cut. Honorable Velem Amtenya.
Yeah. No, I think Chairperson, the best practice is to be consistent. We stick to the time. Because I also had a contribution at youth, I was next. But we have to stick to the time. So let's keep the consistency. Yeah.
Okay. No, I was just saying that the time is yours and it's agriculture. Come again? No, we decide 1 hour, but then that's why I said that I've taken down the list is long also. It goes beyond Karonda, Mulunga, Aikola, Kanyemba, Kangulu. The list is long. Come again? Consistency. Okay, Honorable Ampanda, for the sake of consistency, can we cut it at 1 hour and then we go? Okay, thank you very much. No, Minister responds. Then we keep this list so that you come and water. Yeah, you will be first now at water and... Huh? No, the 1 hour is gone. But you still want to continue? Huh? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let that be Terera Manga. Honorable, senior. Senior. Sometimes this is just standing and you are elders. We don't want to. You stand. Oh, my bishop. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No, I agree. That's why I was saying I'm seeking for consensus. We have agreed. Let the minister respond. Then we go to water and marine, and Amupanda, Gauba, and Su, you will come in. Okay, Honorable Minister. Aronda, don't go and come and create. Just sit. Okay, I will keep this list for water. This one. Yeah. Yeah, I must learn to sing.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. Thank you, all honorable members. We anticipated that there will be huge interest in this vote because it deals with bread and butter issues. So it's only natural that there is so much interest in it. But for those 13 members who have had a chance to air their comments and questions, thank you very much. I'll try and address them. Honorable Deputy Chairperson of the whole House Committee, currently on the House floor, there are numerous questions pending for us to provide answers to these questions and relate to land issues. So I'm saying if I don't answer those ones, they are on the floor, they will be answered at the appropriate time. In terms of Nekatal Dam, Honorable Swartboy, yes, there is no budget for this financial year, owing to a number of outstanding issues. We have budget from the previous financial year, which we are now using to do the design and the layout of the green scheme, the water infrastructure to develop the green schemes. And this is one of the green scheme that we would like to prioritize for PPP because of the lack of funding. But we know that the government has to do certain things, and that's what we are doing now to enable the PPP partner when they come on board to at least not impose certain costs that the government should have done. But there are two problems with that issue. Of course, finance being one of them. And the second one is the land, the land portion that is in the middle of the water infrastructure, which does not belong to government. And that is the portion of land which has been found most suitable for cultivation. And that is the land where we have currently laid our water supply infrastructure. We are in a negotiation with the owner of that piece of land, as you know. He made an offer. We have made a counter offer. And the next step is now for negotiations to take place to determine the reasonable price for government to acquire that piece of land. If that doesn't succeed, then of course we have to look at the PPP option, and he could be potentially one of the partners since he owned the land. And he has indicated willingness to say, since this is a project which is in national interest, he is willing to discuss and negotiate an amicable solution. With respect to the abattoir in Vetflay, that abattoir is, as you know, is owned by Agribank. It was closed for all these years, but Agribank is in negotiation with a potential buyer for that abattoir. There were certain things that the potential buyers needed assurance from the ministry. Given the outbreak of FMD also, this has changed the interest a little bit. That is an abattoir which is on our radar. And in fact, we are busy with the development. At an appropriate moment, we make announcement to develop a feedlot in that vicinity. And once that development takes place, the Vetflay abattoir will become very critical. So it's on our radar. With respect to the land acquisition budget, yes, it is true. The budget have decreased in line with the overall increase in the allocation, and therefore we are looking at ways in which we can optimize the farms that we have already acquired, and some of them that are still in the process of being allocated, and maybe to spend the time now to give proper support to the reasonable farmers so that we can focus on increasing productivity for those reasonable farmers. With respect to the Waitele Commission report, that report, the recommendation have been made available, and one of the key recommendations to enable us to implement the recommendation was that we must develop a dedicated law to deal with ancestral land rights claims. And that process of developing that piece of legislation has commenced, and once it is gone through all the approval channels, it will be tabled here, and then that will give the ministry the power to do what was recommended in that report. Yes, we are going to look at ways to support communal farmers. Currently, under the Agricultural Bank finance facility, there is provision for farmers to access loan, whether they are in the commercial area or in the communal areas. The only challenge always is that for communal areas, the issue of collateral. And the ministry has been looking at ways in which to facilitate access through a credit scheme. In fact, we have been allocating funds to Agribank to enable communal farmers to access that fund. And most of the small-scale farmers that are operating in the communal farmers, their production has been financed through that facility at Agribank. So we need just to, and I know of farmers who have acquired cattle through Agribank who are in communal areas, so that there is no closed door for communal farmers as far as that one is concerned. Honorable Lukato, yes, communal farmers do need support, and we are supporting them. Our support varies. Of course, our extension workers are few because we have limited resources to recruit as many as we can. But those that are available, they do go out to farmers and they provide them technical support. And I am aware of the concern that you have raised time and after time, the access to markets for communal farmers. And this is the purpose for which AMTA was initially established. But unfortunately, AMTA is not properly financed, and therefore it has not been able to generate its own resources to stand on its own. But the initial concept was for AMTA to run a fresh produce hub, for farmers to bring their products there and for people to come and buy there. But that has not been successful, so AMTA started to take the cost at their own account, which subsequently lead to losses as the fresh produce becomes, they rot. So we have been working with AMTA, we are talking to AMTA, we are talking to our development partner to see how we can revive AMTA. We are also talking to NAB for a possibility that some of the levy that is collected by NAB can be dedicated towards AMTA so that it can be a source of income for AMTA. But we are also aware we need to strengthen the governance around some of these institutions because more money, before more money can be put into it. In terms of the second land conference resolutions, yes, there were 179, 25 have been fully implemented. As I said in my statement, the majority of them are currently in implementation. Some at advanced stages, some at initial stages. There are 25 of them that will require the change in the legal status for us to implement, and that is why we have catered for those one in the land bill that is on the floor of this House. Honorable Herunga, as far as, thank you very much for your comments on the Etunda feedlot. Indeed, it's one of the greatest development for the NCA farmers in that area. The next one, whether it will be in Kunene North or wherever, that will be yet to be determined. As you know, we are busy with a project that has the potential to become a big project for North Kunene for the dam, which will be an integrated dam for water and agricultural purposes. Once that is developed, it has an opportunity also to cater for potentially any value chain activities in that area. As far as the quarantine facilities that you mentioned, Omutambo, Omawe, and the other one, those are primarily quarantine facility for the Directorate of Veterinary Services that they use to quarantine animals there before they are moved to south of the cordon fence. We know of the state of condition at those two quarantine facilities. Yes, we need money to renovate them and to put them back into the state where it should be. And yes, we have always been flexible to be able to allow farmers during the severe drought season to bring their cattle there for grazing, but unfortunately that fire has damaged the grazing. The issue of firefighting equipment has been clearly demonstrated the need during that fire outbreak, and I'm sure my colleagues who are dealing with this one, Dr. Shombe is here, you hear that we need to beef up our firefighting equipment so that we have one on standby that is ready and in full maintenance. Our financial advisor is here. Please make sure that we give money to the DVS to do those necessary repairs to the available equipment. Honorable Haikola, yes, Namibia is one of the driest countries. We recognize that. And this is why, in terms of our strategy for the transformation of agriculture, we want to move away from dry crop production to irrigation production. But this irrigation production is also going to be problematic if the rain does not come. And so we are working with partners, the World Food Organization, to see how best we can adapt our farming practices to be more climate resilient, to be able to produce more with less water. And as you have seen in our report, we indicated the demonstration plot that we have put in many regions to be able to show our farmers how they can move away from traditional way of production to more climate resilient agriculture. More than 5,000 farmers were beneficiary for that capacity training program. Yes, no budget allocation towards drought. That is very well noted and is a food for thought. Given the experiences that we have had, I think part of our contingency budget should be allocated and be kept for that purpose, because we know there will be recurrent droughts over and over again. So thank you very much for that. In terms of the livestock support program, we have two, the small stock and the large stock. And yes, we do reach the communal farmers as well. I reported part of it in my budget statement. For this year and last year, we didn't distribute the livestock, the cattle, to farmers because of budget constraint. But once available, they don't discriminate. It's mainly actually targeting the communal farmers, but maybe what you are saying, we should look beyond this the area south of the red fence. But we have supported farmers in Kunene, in Omusati, through that scheme, as well as Ohangwena. And budgets being available will continue to avail. And what I have decided to do, part of the discussion I'm having with the development partners, is for them to support that scheme for us, so that they can give us money to buy the cattle as a grant. And our first area of concern will be Kunene. And yes, Kunene was one of the regions where farmers lost a lot of cattle. And yes, I have seen when I was there last year, empty crows, huge crows that are currently standing empty. And when you speak and talk to people why, it's because they have lost all of their cattle to drought. And that can be psychologically damaging. And therefore, our support services also need to start looking at how we can support them otherwise, so that we can help them to destock during the good years. But farmers, our Namibian farmers, are very difficult. When the rain has come, they forget about the drought very quickly. And many cattle is a symbol of wealth and status, so they don't want to destock. And this is also, I think all of us have a responsibility to encourage our farmers to say, it's better money, a cattle in the pocket than a cattle that will eventually die. And I have been told that I have my cattle in my pocket. When the time is good, I'll replace them. And in terms of the dry meat and dingo coming across, according to the DVS requirements, if you bring your dingo, they must be fully cooked. So they cannot come raw. They cannot come raw. They cannot have blood. They cannot have blood. They must be dry. If they are dry, I think they are subjected to some tests at the entry. Any case, as I said last time, we must be human and we must be realistic. Where certain requirements are not posing serious risk to the health of our animal, we must be able to sit with our communities and say, if you do the following, and I had this conversation with the head of DBS, if we have that machine, and then your meat is put through that machine and is cleared, it gets a green tick, it can pass. But while we don't have that green machine, I don't know whether we can say, if it is dry, that there is no blood in it, it can come. I cannot make the change on the floor of this house. I'm saying these are the possibilities that we must look at. And together, jointly, and have a conversation and say, what is the real risk that we are trying to prevent from dry meat coming into? The only challenge is that we Namibians can become very creative. That's a challenge. Then we become too creative and say, no, if it is a dingo only dry to this extent, we must allow it to go. But if it is, so we really have to have a conversation around it and find an amicable solution for the interest of all of us. In terms of Honorable Mulunga, my counterpart, or what is it? The shadow minister. my shadow minister. Thank you very much for your comments. Yes, you have noted very well in terms of the budget discrepancy between what is in the book and what is in the statement. Some of the allocation, like for the generational farm workers and for the Botswana of Namibian descent, are in the operational budget and not in the development book. And so the Minister of Finance generously gave us additional allocation for the generational farm workers, which is reflected in the operational budget. The equalization fund is one of the strategies that we have deployed in order to make sure that farmers north of the cordon fence are not disadvantaged. So this is supposed to equalize the price of the cattle that the farmer sell north of the cordon fence versus the farmer south of the cordon fence. So this money is given to MITCO so that when MITCO goes into the areas to buy cattle, they equalize the difference with that amount. So that is the purpose. I think it's a very welcome development.
Finally.
Yeah, time? Yeah, if I may then, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, with your permission, just one more minute to look at the last question from the leader of the official opposition in the House in terms of, yes, you raised important, oh, he's not even here. Oh. he raised important questions about governance of the NAMSIC program. And I think we are aware of those, and we have addressed them, and we are in the process of addressing them. And that loan is almost at the point of coming to an end, and the tractors and equipment and machinery that we procure for the purposes of being sold to the farmers at subsidized prices, that process is ongoing. We are doing an assessment of the value because we cannot donate them free. Treasury regulations do not allow that. So we are working through the process of ascertaining at what value can potentially this equipment be sold to farmers. Once that process is completed, those equipments that we have been seeing lying around the ADC in the regions will then be put up for interested farmers to bid for them and acquire them so that they can be responsible for the maintenance. And finally, we are aware of the limited tractors and the challenges that arises during the plowing season, when many farmers are in the plowing mode and the available tractors are not there. Primarily, those functions are decentralized to the regional council with budgets. And in some of the regions, what happens is the budget is used for something else, and when the time for plowing comes, the tractor is standing, there is no maintenance, and they will ask head office for additional allocation, and we also don't have a budget. So we are going to have to work out a strategy. Maybe the money for maintenance will be retained so that the ministry retain ownership over the maintenance of those tractors and then make available. Yes, I know, I'm aware that seeds and fertilizers are always in short supply, especially during the planting season. And it's one of the challenges that I have given to my colleagues to say, let us plan better this year so that when the time comes, we at least have enough seeds and fertilizers available. But with the reduced budget, it means that we can also reach only so much farmers. And those of us who are able to purchase seeds and fertilizer for ourselves, we will request you humbly that you start looking at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any objection? The vote agreed to? Okay, thank you. I now put vote 38, water and marine resources. Honorable Ampanda. 1 hour, please.
Honorable Chairperson, what is happening at the Strait of Hormuz teaches us that water is interrelated, interdependent, and interconnected. You will understand at the end of my intervention why I'm saying what I'm saying. Now, Chairperson, in Marxism there's a term called fast consciousness. Now, fast consciousness refers to a situation where the oppressed people, the colonized people, start actually adopting an ideology of the dominant class. Now, because they adopt the ideology of a dominant class, they start thinking and defending systems, and they are unable to actually understand their very problems that they are facing. The area that we are calling Caprivi now, it wasn't part of German Southwest Africa before 1890, when the German and the British signed the Zanzibar Treaty to include that 400-kilometer strip as part of Namibia in 1890. Therefore meant that territory, and whatever it is that is happening in that territory is now part of Namibia. 6 years later, after that agreement, that the strip is now part of then German Southwest Africa, a disease called rinderpest was discovered southern part of the Zambezi River. The Germans and the British decided, no, let's call a conference in Freiburg in South Africa to discuss what is going on. So they had a meeting and they discussed what should happen, and they resolved 5 things. First, there must not be any movement of animals outside the colonies. The Africans who are moving must be seriously disinfected, and they must create a 2-barbed wire on the boundaries of all the colonies. But the Germans did not have enough money to erect those 2-barbed wire fences in German Southwest Africa. What is it that the Ludwig and Linterquist go and do? They just decided to put a cordon in 1896. They decided to put up a cordon in the area that is already occupied by white settlers who have acquired the animals. Now, the idea of that cordon was to control the spread of rinderpest. It didn't succeed. Rinderpest was discovered in Epukiro, rinderpest was discovered in Grootfontein, and rinderpest was discovered in Windhoek. So the original purpose of what then becomes that cordon, that red line that is very important to our water, is that it was meant to prevent the spread of rinderpest, and it failed, it didn't succeed. So the very purpose of at creation, at the orientation, the very purpose of a cordon failed already at that period. Okay? So what then happens? It continues, and they will tell you about foot and mouth disease and the importance of foot and mouth disease to water. Between 1961 and 1964, foot and mouth disease was discovered in Windhoek again, southern part of the cordon. Yeah? So historically, you discover that this cordon did not meet any of the so-called stated objectives for colonial project and even after independence. This same government commissioned a study, and they commissioned the study, and that study found that if you remove this cordon, it is going to increase agriculture's contribution from 6% to 20%. This government, they paid Conradi a lot of millions. Yeah? And they also spoke about the employment, what it's actually going to do. Removal of the cordon actually have more advantages than disadvantages, according to the government. But because of false consciousness and what we end up defending, things that we don't actually understand, that belongs to a dominant class, we are unable to fossilize and actually understand that we are sitting with a big problem. That is why, because my time is running out, that is why if we don't actually understand what is going on, even in agriculture, the politics of decolonization in agriculture, our fruits, you know, Honorable Sophia, what you call makunde is called cow peas, cow. It's named after an animal. What you call embe is called bird's plums in English. What you call enyandi is called jackal berry. What you call euni is called monkey orange in English. So agriculture also requires a serious decolonization. It is not just about what you are hearing about FMD. The Germans, the Europeans can decide to get their beef from Argentina. What are we going to do then? Yeah? When we discover that 60% of the cattle in our animals is from Opuo to Zambezi. It is because of false consciousness. Even when we speak and stand up as leaders, you can see clearly that we are victims of false consciousness. We defend things of the oppressors and we think is reality.
Thank you. Honorable Nekongo. Huh?
Thank you.
No, you know yourself. Just follow the program. They just decided because they were cut at agriculture, they will speak at water agriculture. Yes, Honorable Nekongo.
Yeah, my minute, please. Chairperson of All Arts Committee, thank you very much for awarding me this opportunity. Let me also contribute. And I want to start by thanking the Minister, as always, to make sure that, especially on the water, the borehole that we have drilled, we appreciate, and we want to encourage you through this vote again to continue drilling more. And that now that we are also talking about drilling borehole, I think I fail to see the intervention of the earth dam that we also need to excavate, and also perhaps to be cautious with the costs that come with those drilling of earth dam. Yesterday or today, this morning, I saw the flood that is on its way. I hope our hydrologists are aware of that, and I'm just seeing opportunity of that water that is coming. So we must prepare ourselves, but also to prepare ourselves to see how do we then harvest those water so that we can put them to good use. I think money, Minister, especially on earth dam, we need to prepare ourselves that in a way that we can able to excavate this dam. Yes, I know capitalists has it that we need to give our business work, but the problem that I have is the cost that is that goes up 4 or 5 times just to drill a borehole. You need 4 million. But maybe if going forward we can able to mobilize what we have as government so that we can excavate those dams ourselves. The fishery, Minister, I think time has come that we can now see that perhaps our marine resources are declining. And we need to ask ourselves the question to say, what is really going on there? I might not be aware of the trawlers and what and which one catch and freeze and what, but we need also to prioritize these people that are creating job. Now and then we are always complaining about the same thing, but I think time has come that we need really to prioritize. And if those trawlers and whatever are the ones that are destroying our ecosystem perhaps, and maybe they are catching too much of our fish, let's control them and maybe do away with those trawlers or whatever you call them. On aquaculture, I'm happy to see that we have created employment about 509 people and the money allocated. I'm happy to see that. At one point I was farmer in this industry, but I have to go out because there was no feed. But I'm happy that now the money is made available so that my fellow farmer in aquaculture can also access the feeding and the fingerlings. So perhaps we must do more so that this sector can perhaps double the employment that is created there. I think I have spoken about already on the issue of water, which we really need to prioritize, but we have to salute the SWAPO party-led government for the good job that they are doing, especially in the area where the pressure was low and all those priority that is given. We see that you are doing very well there. Please continue. Just try to improve, especially the area where we have salty water, so that we have mini desalination. I therefore support this vote. Thank you very much.
Madam Honorable Kalangula.
Yeah, thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I rise on vote 3.8, water and marine resources.
3.5.
Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee, Honorable Deputy Minister, if you check on page 501, you will come to see that there is a subscription plus subsidy and other transfer of a total of 60 million Namibian dollars. Additionally, if you go on page, Honorable Chairperson, am I protected? I'm just asking for protection, Honorable Chair, if I am protected. Thank you so much, Chair. Page 505. You will see geohydrological investigation, Kuvelai at Tosha Basin, 1 million and other services plus expenses. On the same page also, you see Kuvelai Water Commission membership, Kuvecom, of 2 million, which was established 2014. Now, I would like to urge to the Honorable House and perhaps bring this up. The Kuvelai Oshakati Canal was constructed in the 70s that brought water through a gravity-fed system, that through that engineering marvel that they brought up from the Kalueke Dam. And this was brought up in the 70s as it was constructed. Perhaps instead of just concentrating on maintaining this canal, this is an opportunity to provoke the debate of introducing jobs that the engineers can come in to get. Perhaps through designs to bring us more canals that are also gravity fed. As we are all aware that there is water now floods in Angola, and the water will have to find a way to preserve this water. Additionally, coming up with marvels of man-made lakes, man-made dams, and so forth, in order to preserve water. This would also, perhaps if you check on page 587 of the development book, there is refurbishment of this canal from Orongo, just correction there. There are two phases of refurbishment there. One comes from Orongo to Oshakati. So therefore, instead of concentrating too much on refurbishment, perhaps this would be one of those opportunities to make use of feasibility studies correctly to bring up these man-made dams and canals that stretches all the way for that preservation. On the other note also, the Honorable Prime Minister would perhaps appreciate this, that this intervention would reduce on disaster risk management expenditure, and perhaps this preservation of water in the long run would be to our advantage as a country. We need to build more of this infrastructure, Honorable Deputy Minister. I would like to end with the saying by myself, and I would quote myself here, that flood water can be channeled to save the nation. But to do that, we must be prepared to spend and then be prepared to save later. How will we save? By ensuring that this infrastructure that we put in place work for the people, as the example was given by that canal from the Kalueke Dam all the way to Oshakati is now saving the people. Can we perhaps look into that long-term plan to avoid these short-term solutions that is costing us so much money every now and then? I so submit, Honorable Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee.
Thank you, Honorable Mulunga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House. I want to contribute to vote 38 with extractions from our development book on page 588. There is planned programs for construction of a pipeline from the Neketal Dam to Aus Village in the Karas region, and for this financial year it's a zero budgeted, and only in the next financial year is a budget provision made. There is also construction of the Neketal Dam to Sneyfontein, Tierflay and Droogpoets water supply scheme in the Karas region. Also budgeted as zero in this current financial year a zero in the next financial year. Now I've a great concern because the communities of Snijfontein have contacted me, and they are really crying about the water challenges that they are faced with. And it's good that provision has been made to get water to them from the Neketal Dam, water that we have seen overflowing and just going with the river. But that help is only going to come 3 years from now, when it's needed now as a matter of urgency in this current financial year. Why have we not made budget provisions for these communities now instead of 3 years from now? With regards to the marine resource, the fishing quotas, we know that many of the fishing rights holders will come to an end in December this year, and some of them will expire next year. They have been holding them for about 7 years. And perhaps through the minister, we need to look at a model that is more equitable to ensure that as many Namibians benefit from our marine resource as much as possible. Because what we have seen in the past, many of the fishing quotas are just given to the comrades and those that are close to the state proximity to power are only the ones that are receiving the quotas, and they build beautiful mansions in their villages, and they do nothing. They just sell these quotas and just benefit the money, while other Namibians don't benefit anything. So, Honorable Minister, if it means bringing that discussion to this House, please do bring it so that we can discuss and make sure that the fishing rights are given, even maybe to the constituency councillors, so that they get money to put in their funds and develop their communities, instead of just giving them to one person who benefits alone and the community doesn't benefit anything. Thank you very much.
My mic, please, my time. Okay, so I want to talk about, firstly I want to commend the Prime Minister for the job well done that he did when he was in the Ministry of Agriculture. And he did so well when it comes to the water part. I want to continue by highlighting one of the biggest challenges, Minister, because you have mentioned that 94 boreholes were put up, 137 rehabilitated, including the 51 that were constructed recently, or to say last year, and 55 wells were in Erongo, Msati, Kunene. But I know the Prime Minister have done some few in Hwangwena region, but Hwangwena still suffers a lot. The village, I want to talk about the village where I'm coming from. It's been many years, and the borehole there, the people are still not getting water from the borehole. Mind you, and this is the reason why I want to tell the minister that, you know, back then, when we were born in that village, we found wells, traditional wells. Why doesn't the ministry go and rehabilitate these wells in villages that have wells? Because there are many wells that are still operational and they just need a little bit of touch-up. You know, previously, my grandfather being headman, he would kill a cow. I mean, not a cow, kill a ox. A slaughter, yes. Slaughter cattle. And he would invite community members, and they would take spades and hoes, and they would actually go inside that 300-meter well, and they would dig out, yes, it's very long, and they would dig out all the sands and everything. And at the end of the day, the water is being made available to the community. So, Honorable Minister, my advice is that it's much more cheaper. Why don't you just go and rehabilitate these wells since the borehole process is really taking long. Secondly, is the borehole theft that is taking place, Minister. You see, at the village, my new village, we are still drinking salty water just because the ministry is afraid to bring up the new borehole because of theft. The theft that is taking place. You see, whenever a borehole is being constructed, most of the time the community members will still fencing, the fence, they will still actually solar panels, they will still water pumps, they will still electrical cables, pipes and fitting. Minister, why are we not getting water when we can actually put harsher penalties to the people that are stealing these things? Solar panel cages. Why don't we put those panels into cages? Why don't we fence the boreholes? Why don't we track GIPS tracking for larger systems? Why don't we crack down on scrap metal dealers buying stolen parts? Now the people are not drinking clean water. We are drinking bitter water just because of theft, because of thieves. Okay, now thievery, thank you. My third point is overfishing, Minister. You see, when you allocate fishing quotas, there are specifications in that quota that says, for example, you can only harvest horse mackerel from January, February, and March. The rest of the months is recovery. But in many cases, Honorable Minister, we have seen that no follow-up is being done. What if people out there are just overfishing? They're just fishing in March, April, May, June. And I also want to bring it under your attention that there is actually no control. Let's talk about seals. You see seals, the seals quota says no males must be harvested and killed. How do you know that no females, sorry, only males. How do you know that females are not being harvested? Because we have visited one of the area, they do, but even though not much, but how do you know that it's not a lot?
Thank you. Honorable Kanyemba. Honorable Kanyemba.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the whole committee. Honorable Minister, we acknowledge the 104 million that is allocated for monitoring and control of our maritime. However, given that our coastline is 1,570 kilometers, I still remain concerned with the illegal fishing. As we speak, we have 235 vessels that are approved for fishing in our waters, and we only have 2 patrol vessels. Now, Honorable Minister, one, how much of this budget is specifically earmarked for the acquisition of new modern patrol vessels? And 2, since the ministry has yet to finalize the ratification of the World Trade Organization fishing agreement, how does the ministry intend to close the enforcement gap to ensure our maritime borders are not exploited? I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Kangulu.
Thank you very much once again, Chairperson of the whole House Committee. On this particular vote, my intervention goes to the statement by the President, who admit that fish stock have declined. That admission is supposed to come with perhaps correlatives from the Minister on what happened. Because the first time I went to Harvest Bay, I tells you the fishing companies, fishing vessel, only go for example, 3 days and they are back. with a full capacities. Nowadays, taking 2 months. Can you please be able to tell us, in line with that statement, what happened? The Namibian, most companies, they are importing fish from South Africa now, almost to 50%. In another way, if company's owner could not be committed to import fish from South Africa, a drastic job losses could have been witnesses. What happened also, are we comfortable with that? Because as a ruling party, a ruling government for 35 years, but we get to this extent without properly planning, without properly ensuring that this can happen, and we have at least contingency plan in terms of should this happen. Most importantly, I also wanted to go to the fishing within the 200 isobar. Government have allowed, through the minister, have allowed commercial vessels to do fishing within the 200 isobar, knowing exactly that they are destroying the ecosystem. Was there any accountability, perhaps, one taken to account in this regard? The other one is a scorecard. I see, Honorable Minister, you indicate in your motivation about implementing this scorecard, which was initially proposed by the former minister, the then minister, the late Abraham Yambo. Why does it take so long to do this implementation? How many years it was required to make sure that this scorecard is implemented? And as it is to be implemented, I believe it could also be appropriate if it can also be implemented upon the ministers themselves. This scorecard must also extend it to the ministers. We want to see at the end of the day whether ministers are up to their obligation. The people that have voted us, they want to see that you are up to that fulfillment or not. And if you are not, in 5 years, you must not come back again. Dictated by this scorecard. The government employment redress program. The fishermen, I saw them demonstrating yesterday or so. I can't remember, I saw it on social media. No payment since January, but this program was specifically for them, Honorable Minister. How can we have people not paid for 4 months? I see that you want to, of course, you want to strategically transition it into a permanent, which is a very good extent. But it must be done with a consideration of these people who do not have a salary since January. It must not take 10 years again, it must not take 2 years again, if it can be considered as a matter of urgent. Auctioning of fish quota. What value does this particular auction add to our value addition? Because the higher bidder comes and buy fish and take them to wherever they are going, and they create job the other side. Why should we eventually encourage something that have no benefit to our people? I thought the plan of value addition was to add to ensure that our fish product add value to the fishing chain and create more jobs. But now we are seeing government auctioning fish, allowing kangaroo to come and buy fish and go back to Spain and process it there. Can you also be able to tell us whether this will be eliminated because it's no longer business as usual?
Thank you. Honorable Klassen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I have 3 points, but I want you to cut me if I go further than 3. First of all, I want to say, Minister, I support your vote wholeheartedly. And I want to congratulate you also, and I'm talking out of the Minister's contribution. I want to congratulate you for attaining your MSc certification, MSC is the Marine Stewardship Council certification. To have this certification and to get it is not easy. I think Namibia got it in round about 2021 or so. They got this certification. They got this certification, and this marine stewardship certificate is not easy, and it has a lot to do with the managing of your fishing resources. That's why the scientists on the different species, they go out annually and they do a study on the amount of fish that's in the sea. Of course, Namibia is, and this MSc certification, I just want to say, when you go into a shop, most people, especially over the world, when they see this MS certification, that is the fish they are buying. So that is something that is really good, and Namibia is well known for its resources and the managing of its resources. Well, somebody said here that I think it's Honorable Congo that said that our fish is disappearing from the sea. What is happening with our fish? I know in Portugal they have a system, and I would like that our scientists look into this, Minister. Under you, of course. It is small satellite remote sensors which they put in the water, and through these sensors they are monitoring the fish and where the fish is going and where are they breeding, all that. Because in winter in Namibia, our fish is really less in the sea, and fishermen are struggling to get fish. This is with hake, horse mackerel, all those things. That is why to research where the fish is going. The pilchard, for many years the pilchard was gone. Now the pilchard is back. The second point, Minister, is the IUU, illegal, unreported, unregulated fishing. As somebody also said here that the monitoring of our waters is very important, and that's why I'm so happy that defense has come to the table, the police has come to the table, as I read in your statement, that they are really now supporting fisheries, and all of you together, you need to look into our EEZ and to see unregulated fishing that's taking place there, and let's deal with them. I know we have our two vessels that are monitoring, especially in the northern part of us, and if they are there, then I can guarantee you the illegal fishing is less when they are there. But as life is, sometimes they have to rotate the vessels, and during that time they jump in and they do it. We cannot deny that there is no IOU taking place. The third point, it was addressed by my fellow Wolfish Bay person, and I don't think I want to go in that one now. That is about the governmental objective and about the redress program. And I think you are going to talk about it when you talk about these workers that is now been sitting home since January and they did not have. But I believe the ministry have done something, and maybe you'll explain to us what you did. I thank you so much for listening to me.
Honorable Lucato.
Honorable Chairperson of the House Committee, members of Parliament, good day, Honorable Nekongo. I'm listening to you, my relative grandson.
Yeah.
Okay. I rise to for vote 380. That's the water and the marine resources. This vote, it combine of water. Let me start with water. Water is life. Not only in Namibia, the continent of Africa and the world at large. A human being cannot live without water. I just want to recommend the Honorable Minister to make sure that the Namibian people, 14 regions, water should be provided to them through boreholes, through the other system like solar system, and other necessary systems to make sure that the Namibian people, they don't have thirsty, they have the hungry without water. You see, water is so important. Second recommendation on this water, many Namibian people, including the farmers, they have challenges that they don't have water to their cattle posts. They don't have their water to their village. In order to get water, they have to walk a long distance. So the budget in this regard, I see that when I check the budget, it's not enough. I think that it needs a reasonable budget in order to accommodate the masses of this country, that those who are suffering from water situation. Marine resources, these including the fishing industry. So we have water surrounding us in Namibia. So this water or this fishing industry, it needed support from the government through this vote. So the fishermen, they should be supported through, let me say, through subsidies and all those things, in order for them to make sure that also to benefit from this. Also, the challenge of fishermen and the women, they don't have a market. That's a big challenge also. Then lastly, on behalf of the National Democratic Party NDP, with the powers vested on me, I support 100% this vote. 3-8.
Thank you. Honorable Kumbwa.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson of the Whole House Committee, for the floor once again. Honorable Minister, certain things are supposed not to be voiced through Parliament, but because of the pressure, we might have to voice it in Parliament. Because I have one example of a village, but also apply to any other village with the same problem. Technicians, those who go and drill water boreholes, they go, once they are done, they install the borehole, but then this water, I don't know whether it is tested or not, and it stays sometimes more than 3 years. The borehole is there, but the people does not consume the water because the water is salt. Government money was used to drill the borehole. But then, I don't know how the schedule works. Are there any time frame after drilling the borehole for the technicians to go back and see, to assess the situation, whether they did good job for the people or not? Because the people of Maputa, they are close to 500 inhabitants. And there are 2 boreholes. The first one and the second one at Maputa 2. It was drilled in 2023. And people are keeping complaining. I don't know whether the staff went there to check, to reassess, so that they put a desalination plant, even a small one, so that the water is, fit for human consumption. So maybe we need to change the approach. So we see cars moving there, but the work is not done properly. And also, I want to have it in this way. In the report here under program 1, you will see there are water boreholes installed, where there is always crocodile attack. That is a good move. But then, after that, generally, I don't know now the whole Namibia, if you say, according to the report now here, that 10 small desalination plant was installed in boreholes. Just a general statement. You don't know in which region, at which area, and how was the priority which people should get. Because the people of Maputo stand in a queue from 3 o'clock up to 7 o'clock with 20 liters, 25 liters, up to almost night time. So the capacity of the 2 boreholes does not cater these people. In fact, it's only 1 borehole because the other one is not working. So it's a problem. I think we need to change our schedules on how to go and, reassess the situation so that we don't get unnecessary complaints day and night. I so submit, Honorable Chairperson of the whole World Committee.
Thank you.
Honorable Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Thomas.
Speaker of the whole House, Committee, Chairperson of the whole House Committee.
Yes.
Thank you for having me on behind the mic again. Honorable, my sister, Honorable Minister, we are not trying to push you or to criticize you, but we want to advise. I want to give you an advice. Water is life. Water is human right. My advice is this, but I don't think I'm advising you within this budget. This budget is too small for us to start fighting water and giving every Namibian water with this budget. I think next year the Minister of Finance, we must do better, because we want to advise the government to come up with projects, really projects. If you look at Oshakati there, from Ruakana there is a canal. That canal runs until Oshakati. Game shopping center there is there. But that canal, it's supposed to be maybe be taken further, go deep. Maybe this side of Okankoro, Ngodi, through that side of Ochoro, and that side up to Pungu there. The river from Pungu, that side, is only 60 kilometers from the what is this? Not Quito, what? Katitu. Yeah, inside. And then you can connect with the canal from Oshakati, which is standing there with the heat of water which is there. I know that is a big project. But if once you put it there, really you make something meaningful to those people who are deep in that area, who even sometimes if you go there, that that area of what is Othimbika, sometimes there is no water, that pipeline is that just this thick, and it cannot really cover lot of villages there. Why can't we think into this canal to make a better feasibility study and see so that we can just supply water once and for all, and then nobody will complain that there between Kavango, we are not talking about Rundu, from from Oshakati to Enana there, 60, Okongo, 90, from Pungu, Okongo to Mpungu, only 100. So almost 200 something kilometers. Water is all over there. Instead of getting this borehole, which are broken every time, there is no spare part in Namibia, and the people are suffering. Even schools there, they are carry water. Once this water is closed, they go and carry water far, children far. It's true. So, Honorable Minister, I think going forward, let's look into this in the future, so we can bring water inside. Even this side of Orange River, there is a river. Kunene, there is a river. Why can't we bring that water inside to support project inside here, inside the land? With this view, let me support this a little bit project for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Sumai.
House Committee, honorable members, and honorable Minister, I almost say power vested into me, but the boss is around. Yeah, I want to contribute also on this vote, especially about water supply, sourcing of water. Coming back from the regions, that's where I get closer to our Prime Minister when he was a staff member. I was always calling him, and he was calling me Honorable Council at that time, when he was a civil servant. It's about, we are having a headache about drilling of boreholes. And there is a cost investment, so I say, if a private person requests to drill a borehole, it costs you around $50,000. But if this request comes through the government official stamp, then it escalates to 1.2, 1.3 million. And we are having a nice budget about sourcing water, but these accelerated, so I say, conditions are killing us. So I'm having a suggestion. First, I want to know how many drilling rigs are we having for the ministry? Drilling rigs. And I want us to, at least, not now, but systematically, to have a drilling rig for each constituency or even a region. This will save us a lot, rather from these escalating prices from private drillers. And also I want to know, when Elder was speaking about rivers, sometime back I heard about, is it the desalination plan of seawater? How far are we with this? And then can we maybe also not think about sourcing this water? About sanitation. As an written councillor, we have experienced that Minister of Agriculture and then Minister of Urban and Rural Development under written councils are duplicating the sanitation projects. At some farms you will find a toilet from your ministry and then a duplication from written councils. So I'm thinking that we have to sort of coordinate plans as a ministry and written councils to have at least one approach in providing the sanitations. On the other hand, about fish quotas, we are silent about this, but we were lobbying as a written councillors then to have these
fish quota allocations either to written accounts or local authorities. Fish is also our natural resources, and that's where government is also getting some money. Instead of assisting our national covers, we can at least also, from fishing quotas, allocate the written accounts and local authorities to plow back to infrastructure development. Because currently the monies are going only apparently for social responsibilities, and then we are only buying sanitary pads, school shoes, basic things, which is not having an impact. Like some companies, most companies that are having fishing quotas, apparently has to prove themselves that we are plowing back to the community. It's only 2 computers and fridge, and then it's ending up there. But if we plow back to local authorities and written councils, then at least at the end we will feel that we are plowing back to the right investment. So I submit to the message.
Thank you, Honorable Lutohetsi.
Thank you, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. Honorable Minister, water infrastructures, especially pipelines, always excludes people that live near the rivers. People who live in Kavango West, Kavango East, even Zambezi, you always exclude them. And these people depend on the river to get water on a daily basis. These have led to serious consequences. We hear about kids being snatched by crocodiles. Just last year alone, 5 people were snatched by crocodiles. They died, and 6 were injured, and many, I think many injuries were not recorded. So when we talk about water, let's make sure that we put these communities in our plans. I so submit.
Honorable Mwashindange.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Whole House Committee. I have 2 submissions this time only. The very first one, Honorable Minister, is the harvesting of fresh rainwater. As we speak, there is serious floodings going on most parts of the country. What is happening to that godly given water, given for free? We allow it either to make all its way to the sea and then disappear, or go under the soil each and every year. Yet we could use this water, Honorable Minister, honestly, to seriously to harvest it, so that we turn around our agriculture, especially on those places that are flooded year in, year out. We are not doing that. The last one is on the preservation of our marine resources. Honorable Minister, you and I know how many patrolling boats or vessels we have in our sea. We know this. And it's seriously, seriously worrisome. How do we preserve all that is in our sea, all that riches, when all we have is those vessels that are there? What are we doing to make sure that we have enough vessels, to make sure that we protect all our resources in the sea? What is the plan? How many vessels are we planning to buy to seriously, add to this number? I don't even want to say this number because it's a problem. I want to know what is the plan really on what we are doing to make sure that we prevent all these people, criminals coming from elsewhere to catch our fish illegally. Thank you.
Honorable Kandrolu.
Thank you, Chairperson and Honorable Minister. On vote 38, now water. I have arrived. At last. Yeah. I think the ministry need to consider on the issue of boreholes. First, before boreholes is siting. We need to have modernized technology in terms of water siting. that's a challenge. And also that's where the ministry is losing lots of money, because you pay a lot from those that are claiming to know wastewater under the ground, and then when you drill, you get nothing out of it. So the ministry need to look at. And also please, there are those that were given land by traditional leaders for themselves to ease the burden on overcrowded communal areas. It's like private customary land rights. So these people must also be assisted with drilling like any other Namibians if they need boreholes for their water. The other issue, there is historical debts with Nam water, more especially the side of Oshodanjupa. This debts is since 1992, when the water started to be privatized under the leadership of Honorable Helmut Angula. So, because first it was a community setup from the dam, distributed there, until we get a financial assistance from Luxembourg, where we have privatized and give each and every farmer a water meter. So these debts are accumulating interest on annual basis. Will you please find a way to engage Nam Water and cancel these debts? Please, because some are historical, the owners are now ancestors. You won't get anybody to pay those debts. Please go to cabinet, ask for money so that you cancel the debts with Nam Water. It's very important in terms of food security. The other issue is Okaoko. Okaoko area, people are still getting water from the boreholes through the conservative system of using containers to get water out of the boreholes. These people need new system. We need to allocate and consider them. Okaoko is very left behind in terms of the road, in terms of water, in terms of sanitations, everything. They don't appear anywhere. We need to do better. Please, Honorable Minister. On the fishing sector, marine, the GRN and government objective, Honorable Minister of Finance, will you please be so kind and return government objective fishing quota to the Line Ministry of Fisheries? So, yeah, please, so that it can be redistributed among the right holders, the current one or the new one, as it was said here. Because we know the biomass is getting lesser and lesser. So if you want money, then you can indicate to the Line Ministry and say, please, I need 10 million from my objective quotas. The issue of the redress quotas. Honorable Minister, there is some favoritism in terms of allocating redress quotas. Some companies that are able have been left out, are excluded from benefiting. Only companies that favor my fellow comrades, the ruling parties, are getting the redress order, and yet they don't deliver, and the fishermen are still at home. They are only getting like a 3,000 or 4,000 end of the month, and it doesn't help at all. So please, we need to revive the redress quotas. Also, please come in and inform the nation about the invitation for the new right holders as the years are about to come down. The seal moratorium, when will it be lifted? Pilchard rights, when are they going to be advertised? And Oshibingwe need water. I think few weeks ago, oh, this red flag.
Oh, no vested interest, Chombingwe. Honorable members, in terms of our agreement, that brings us to the end. No, it's an hour, it's not me. No, let the minister answer, then you can come with point of privilege. Okay. Honorable Minister, thank you very much. I thought you are just Home Affairs. I know you. And you are just environment. Oh. Eat the dog. Yes, IMS. IMS. Hello. IMS. Sometimes you know that you are the front line. Honorable Minister.
Yeah, my time, my time.
Time.
It's already, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I really don't know what is expected from ministers when you have bombardment of questions for 1 hour and you are given 15 minutes to answer. Clearly, you don't expect me to answer all of them. And some of them are very important. They need to be responded to. So in the future, please consider these 15 minutes. It must be equal. 1 hour, 1 hour.
No.
I don't know.
1 hour, 1 hour.
I think Honorable Ampanda, your comments were not on vote 38. They were on vote 37, and you just wanted to get even on the red line. I give you the opportunity to do so, so it's okay. Honorable Nekongo, thank you very much for your comments. We definitely planning to excavate more F-dams. We want to catch that flood water. We need to mobilize more funds so for that effect. But I think, Honorable Minister, when you are all getting up, you are saying the allocation, you are acknowledging the allocation is not enough. But in the same vein, you are saying do more. So it's almost expecting milk from a chicken. That cannot happen. So, but I do hear the sentiments. We all want to do the best. We want to make sure everybody has access to water, and that is the goal. Once the oil starts pouring through, I'm sure I will be able to reach many more villages. So, but also to say, Honorable Nekongo, in terms of the declining biomass, this has now been studied and has been proven scientifically that the biomass is declining due to overfishing, due to the seals, maybe they're eating more than the total allowable catch, and obviously biological factors. With the climate change, the ocean is also getting affected. But we have scientists that are on annual basis doing assessment to determine exactly what is happening, on the basis of which the allocation is based. So we acknowledge that. We have currently, maybe I should come to that one. Thank you for your comments on aquaculture. And yes, we are going to, our ambition is to give more life to aquaculture. I think in the last few years it was neglected. We want to revive it because also it speaks to what are your strategies in terms of the declining biomass. So we need to start farming with fish on land, and fish is protein, whether from fresh water or from the ocean. So that is one of our strategies. And that's where this time we are going to invest a lot in our aquaculture farms. Honorable Kalangula, thank you very much. The subscriptions at 60 million, those are the international institution to which the ministry, as part of the governance requirement, must of necessity subscribe to in order to give us access to certain information that we need for our regulations. Yes, the Kaloet Dam was built in the 70s. We need to come up with more canals and F dams. Again, if more money be made available, we will do so. But we must also acknowledge that other than the direct government allocation, there is fund made available to NAM Water through the KFW and the African development, also to support the development of bulk water infrastructure, which is not included here, which is going to complement some of the activities that we are budgeting for. But we do know that we need to invest more in renovation of all dams. The harvesting of flood water has been a discussion around here for quite a long time, and we are going to make specific plan to see how can we do that and where can we start. At least even if we can do 1 or 2 during this term of our office, to make sure in Zambezi we have floods now, that water is going back to the river and eventually into the ocean. Of course, the north is every year flooded. Somebody reminded us the flood is forecast to come. So we need to really investigate the feasibility of where we can locate those dams to make sure that we harvest the water that is otherwise being lost. Honorable Mulunga, yes, thank you very much. Your discussion with me over the Sneyfontein people have been taken up, and the ministry is busy right now. It's one of the priority projects that we are looking at, so that in the interim we can give access to water for the people of Sneyfontein. Of course, it's going to take a little bit longer while we are mobilizing the necessary resources. My colleagues were showing me the pictures of Nekadal Dam flowing, and I'm saying it's a pity that water is not being utilized. So it's not an issue to celebrate, but rather we should be regretting that we are unable to harvest that water, which is passing by communities, and communities that are thirsty and without access to water. In terms of the fishing rights coming to an end, I think there is maybe a misunderstanding. The fishing rights are not coming to an end. There are various stages in which the quotas are given. Of course, some of them, yes, are coming to an end, but they are given for 7 years, then they graduate to 15 years, then for 15 years to 20. So that is the process that is going to happen. Maybe only those that have reached the maximum, 20 years, those ones could be coming to an end if they have not met the performance criteria in terms of what has been put in their rights, the condition of their rights allocation. But yes, we are looking at that. We will be setting up a committee that will be doing the evaluation, that will be supported by experts, and of course using the relevant criteria as we put in their rights. Honorable Haikola, I heard you very loud and clear. The water situation in a particular village that you mentioned in the Ohangwena region, the traditional well. And yes, the reason why we have been drilling a lot of boreholes, and yes, compliments to the Right Honorable Prime Minister, as when he was responsible for water, a lot of work was done. Some of the benefits that we are reaping now is as a result of the work that was done by him. And of course, he was doing that as part of a team, and the team has remained within the ministry, and we don't intend to go below what he has done. Our intention is to put more efforts in order to accelerate those identified projects. The reason why we are coming across more and more salty water is because of the prolonged drought, and therefore the underground reservoirs are also depleting. And as the water in the reservoirs are being depleted, you come across salty water, and our strategy was to install mini desalination plant, which was started by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, and that strategy is continuing. The needs are many. We are overwhelmed with people who are asking for water to be, the desalination plants to be installed, but we cannot reach to everybody. So we try to prioritize based on the critical mass of the population and the proximity to the nearest water point. And that is what we are focusing at, but we are aware that many people are really crying. In terms of the overfishing and whether the fishing season can be limited to 3 months, the actual fishing season is for 1 year, from January to December for horse mackerel, and November to September for hake. There's only one break for October for the Hague where they do their maintenance. So that is the current season that is permitted. As part of the overhaul of the sector, we have appointed a task force to look at the economic contribution of the sector, the challenges that are currently facing the sector. They have 3 months. They are due to submit their report in June. And based on that report, we will look and see what is it that we need to revise in terms of the current practices. And that will inform our policies going forward. So we are very much aware that we need to control overfishing. As far as seals are concerned, good news, if Cabinet gives us permission, we'll be going to the public to invite for expression of interest. If any one of you is interested in applying for a seal right to harvest the bulls and the pups, you are more than welcome to do so. Yeah, but this is some of the strategy. There is even the current right holder that have been given rights to harvest. Every year they don't lend the full allocation. So there are challenges there. The market is a problem. There is only one mono byproduct that we all know for the certain Far East market. But what else can be done? And this is, we need to do a study also to say what other products can we get from the seals, the oil, of course, omega-3. There was a plant put up in Hendy's Bay for omega-3. It's still in the process of initial stages of its development. They are up and down, not highly successful. But the more successful, it will inform us whether there is indeed a market for our seal oil. Of course, there is also the environmental and animal rights concern that currently, as we speak now, our marine resources have been banned from entering the US market until we can show that we are treating our mammal animals humanely. We are not violating their rights. So we are working on regulations to show to them that we are not being violent against our seals. It's the only way you can harvest that has been so far established is the method that we are currently using. Honorable Kanyemba, thank you very much. Thank you. So the patrol of our coastline, the budget of 100 is never going to be enough. That is where we are going to focus on the hotspot, which is the northern part of our border with Angola, and that is where we are going to be partnering with the Ministry of Defense and NAMPO to establish a permanent base. But as somebody quite rightly noted, the moment our patrol vessels are seen moving towards that direction, they pull out of the water just 10 meters on the other side and they say, we are not in your waters, we are in the Angolan waters. The problem is because on the side of Angola, there are no control measure whatsoever. So it makes it very difficult for us to be able to effectively. But that is where the problem is, and that is where we are going to focus for now. There is no budget for acquiring a new vessel. We just have the 2 vessels that we have that needs substantial renovation, and we are focusing on making them to be roadworthy so that they can then at least be deployed in the ocean. Honorable Kankulu, yes, I think the declining stock level of the fishery, I have answered what happened there. And yes, companies are importing in order to preserve the jobs, because also the one challenge is that there are too many role players. You have a small cake and you have 464 right holders. And so each one of them wants a piece of that cake. Now, one of the issues that we want to do with the introduction of the scorecard is to make sure it's performance-based. And yes, that performance-based is also applied to the ministers. We have signed performance contract with the Prime Minister and the President, and our assessment is going to be based on that. So if we fail, we fail, and we obviously be dealt with accordingly. The 200-meter isobath, has been a debate. For the last 3 years, we have allowed, because there was a long debate between the scientists and the industry, and Honorable Clancy will remember that. So we allow experimental exercise of harvesting to take place, and in fact that harvesting has confirmed that the juveniles are now being caught in the process. When I visit factories and I see on their processing facility, I see juveniles, I say, why did you catch that one? And it's impossible to separate the juveniles, so the best is to keep them out of the 200-meter isobath. The request from the industry, there are only 3 wet operators, and they have requested, okay, we need to go back to the shore on a weekly basis, unlike the others that can stay up to a month, so that we deliver fresh products to our factories. And for those wet landed operators that are generating more jobs, the conversation is now, can we provide them with an exclusive zone outside the 200-meter bus, so that when they sail back to the shore, nobody else can come in that area and start catching. Because also the type of vessel that they are using for trolling is much smaller and slower than the bigger vessel. So that is a strategy that we are looking at now at the moment. And why does it take long to implement the scorecard? Yes, it has taken long for obvious reasons. When I came, I already heard about the scorecard. And that was my first focus to say, when can we implement the scorecard? The problem is also consultation with industries. You consult today, those that are there, they agree to certain things, you go and implement. Next, other people that were not in those consultation, when you are about to implement, they oppose it. Just like the NIF. Why we have not implemented NIF today is because of opposition. Some agree, some don't agree, but we have put a stick in the ground and we are saying we have now consulted enough, and from now on we are going to proceed with the implementation. In terms of the auction of quotas, yes, the purpose of auctioning our quotas is to also be able to determine the real price of our fishery products. Because if we rely on those with fishing rights, they will never tell us the true market value of our fishing products. So the auction is one process of discovering the true price for our fishery products. And the operators that come to do the auction are actually the Namibian operators. The vessels that go to catch are Namibian vessels. We don't allow them to export in whole, so they must process them. So the value, to the extent possible, still remain within the country. But I know the industry actually appreciate the auction system. When the auction that was supposed to have taken place 2 weeks ago was cancelled, and some people were demonstrating, the industry was saying, why did you do that? We plan our operation on the basis that we are going to buy extra quota to complement our allocation. Just like they bring quota from outside, they also plan from auction we buy so much, from external we import so much, and together with our quota we can make a break even. So this is a debate amongst different stakeholders. Some like it, some don't like it. But we get definitely more revenue from auction than when we use it through the right holding system. The right holding system, government revenue is very minimal. It's usually a small line. I go to the companies and they do their presentation of their operation, and they will tell you our revenue for the year was 1 billion. Okay, good. And I say, okay. Then they come, taxes paid, 97 million. I'm like, so we really need to do something about making sure that we capture more value from our resources. Honorable Klassen, thank you very much. I think you have just amplified what we are doing and what we need to do. Honorable Lucato, my brother from another mother, our ambition is to make sure that people have access to water, and that is our strategy, and that is what we are working towards. Limited resources do constrain our ability to do that. Honorable Kumbwa, yes, we need to reassess the situation of, I think you say Mafuta village. Mafula or Mafuta? Mafuta. So I'm going to ask my people from the rural water supply to see whether Mafuta village is one of the villages in the list of prioritized villages that have problem with water access. Honorable Thomas, thank you very much for your comments. Yes, 100 kilometer extension of the Kalek Canal will need a lot of money. And I can tell you, when that money is made available, we want to make sure we bring water as close to the people as possible across all the regions of our country. Honorable Samai, yes, the cost of drilling of boreholes for government is different from when you and I drill boreholes on our farms. But the government cost of drilling a borehole is all inclusive. It's including the installation of the pumps, the power plants, the pipes, the whole scheme. So by the time you move away from there, the water is running. Sometimes in some places I have been to, they even put the drilling troughs and they even put in crawls. So it's a very expensive undertaking, and that's where the money goes. Yes, sanitation, we need to definitely do better and collaborate with Ministry of Urban and Rural Development. And yes, my sister, the riparian communities must be included in the development of the water infrastructure. A development that excludes the local people can never be sustainable. So that comment is well taken. Honorable Mwashindenge, I think you spoke about the flood water I've spoken to. And finally, Honorable Kandororu, my son, I know about firstborn. Yes, correctly, you are right. We need to improve the siting of the water first before we do the drilling, because that will reduce and minimize the cost of our borehole infrastructure development. Water with the historical depth, very well taken note of. I'll take counsel from my right Honorable Prime Minister, because I'm sure it's something that he dealt with, and he will direct how we go forward. Okaoko, we are busy with a big development there. I'm not going to say the details, but I can tell you once it's off the ground, it's going to resolve a lot of the water problem in some of the areas. GERB, yes. GERB, yes. GERB, yes, yes. Thank you very much.
Is the vote agreed to? Yes. Okay. Agreed to. Before, but, you want to come in? Let me just do the official part, then you can come. Okay, I now put clause 1. Yeah, in the bill. The committee further has to consider the bill. You see, now I must put clause 1. It's just, yeah, is it agreed to? Yes. Okay, agreed to. I now put clause 2. The act is called the Appropriation Act 2006. Is it agreed to? Yes. Thank you. 2026. Ah, thank you. Even Swart Boy is awake than you, Kambala. Okay, I now put the schedule. Schedule is just the figures. Is it agreed to? Yes. Okay. I now put the title, Appropriation Bill. Is it agreed to? Yes. Thank you. I shall report the bill with progress is when we continue. When we are at the end, we say I shall report the bill without amendments. But before we do that, there was a point of privilege. Just wait, let me hear. Honorable Kalangula.
No, thank you, Honorable Chairperson of the whole House Committee. I think we tend to cross the rules a bit more at time. Let's just picture this. What if Honorable Indileni comes in tomorrow wearing as a ranger? What if Honorable Kaposhi comes in tomorrow wearing in camouflage and a service pistol? And what if Honorable Nekundi comes in wearing a reflector? The dressing code should not be determined by the ministry that you are heading. So the dressing code of Honorable Balochi comes in now and then, wearing accordance to the ministry dressing code. Could you perhaps, in accordance to Rule 7.3, start applying sub-Rule 6 to give a warning and perhaps send out to those that are in contravention of this rule?
Okay.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson.
Thank you. But honorable members, just wait. Honorable Kalangula, let us be honest and let us speak truth at all material times. Let us be driven by conscience and truth at all material times. You see, this thing of when this one does this and you come, and when the other one who's next to you does this and you keep quiet, is also not helping. Yeah, no, I'm saying the rules and the dress code. Yeah, but honorable members, I think we are members. The dress code is not something that needs to be enforced by the speaker. Let's not go to that level. We are honorable members in this house. My position, you are not wrong. Okay. No, all I'm saying is the dress code, we are... Thank you very much, Honorable Ims. Now I shall report that the committee has gone through.
You say to the speaker.
Yeah. Come again? Aye.
The speaker was going to do.
I must first report. Yeah. Honorable Speaker, the committee has gone through Bill 1 of 2006 as set forth in the accompanying copy and has agreed to it. I now shall seek leave to sit.
Yes. Thank you. Commendations to you again, honorable members. Now we proceed to conclude this matter. Where are we now? Okay. Does the Honorable Minister of Finance move that the bill be now read a third time?
Honorable Speaker, I so move.
Any objections? Second? Agreed to. Does the Honorable Minister wish to reply?
Thank you. Thank you. No camera. Okay. Honorable Speaker, yes, Honorable Speaker, before I briefly just respond, allow me to really express my first heartfelt condolences to the family of Honorable Werikwa and his beloved son, because Honorable Werikwa profoundly and unequivocally contributed both to the budget debate and to the committee stage until that final last day when he was here. May his soul and one of his beloved son rest in peace. Honorable Speaker, I really rise to, just to briefly, normally this reply is 1 second, but because of the contributions that we have received from the members, I had thought on behalf of all of us who had motivated really to say thank you for your contributions, your inputs, your advice, and I have clustered them in 3 categories. Technical, and we are really going to look at the technical issues that we raised in this House. There are political ones, with due respect, and the ones that need also policy considerations. So we have been listening. And for me, we always say, true leadership really means you listen, you accept, and you address the areas of improvement or weaknesses that have been identified. And with us, we take that one with both hands, because that is why we are here. Now, hard work. As I have already mentioned, my honorable members, that the budget was prepared under a difficult condition. And still, we are really under a difficult global environment. And for us to make a commitment that we are going to increase the budget during the mid-year budget review, it will not be a good advice for now, because we don't know. We do not want to commit to money that we don't have. We do not want to commit to the growth that we do not know how it will come out. So let us consider the mid-year review in October as a review, like it says. And it depends. If then the growth happens to surprise us, we then reconsider. But for now, let us just go with the theme of the budget. We concentrate on the people, prosperity, and prudence with whatever amount is allocated to each one of our votes. With that, I would want to take this opportunity to thank you for your consideration and approval of the appropriation bill and the corresponding documents. Once again, thank you to all of us. Thank you very much. Very good. That qualifies for 1 sentence, besides the expression of condolences to the family of our colleague. Honorable members, I think now we have come to that point where I have to, yes, Honorable Ampanda, on what point do you want to raise?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. I just want to add that we really are thankful to the executive for the improvements. Because in the previous budget, we were taken for a ride, and people thinking they will not read. But you can really see ministers made an effort to improve. For instance, with the stories of Nanso, now minister went to work and have meetings. So it's also not just that we want to praise you, but the fact that somebody is listening and doing something about it. So we really appreciate the fact that you are listening and you are correcting us where we're wrong, and that improvement, we really appreciate it, and we hope that improves. There's only one last thing, Speaker. We must really, in this country, politicians always get the hit. We must really take the people who prepare the documents. You know, some of you were defending things that are undefensible, that you never wrote. So you must really go back to those ED and those directors and understand that there are people who read. Yeah, and because some of those things have nothing to do with you. But we thank the improvement and we are grateful. So let's please implement that budget in the manner that we have resolved so that we can progress. Thank you very much, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ampanda, I decided to give you the floor, but I note that you were commending the ministers for listening. I want to commend you for also trying to listen so that we finish our budget on time. But please, your presiding officer here is also under pressure to comply with the procedures. When the minister has responded, we can't make those useful comments that you have made. You could have made those comments earlier. So I only decided to allow you to say it today so that I can say this today, so that next time around we don't have that. But thank you to everyone. Now I have to put this question, that the bill be read a third time. Any objections? Okay, who seconds? Okay. Agreed to. Now I don't know who took my a part of the gavel from here. Now, the secretary will now read the bill a third time.
Appropriation bill.
Agreed to. Very good. Now, honorable members, before we rise, I would like to say that as we have acknowledged the improvement in the budgeting process, we are hoping that next year, or the midterm review of the budget would come earlier, next year's budget would come earlier, and not too far into the future, we are actually going to approve our budget before the beginning of a financial year. Yeah? Do we commit to that one? Now we rise on automatic adjournment until tomorrow, 14 hours 30. Yes, we have parliament tomorrow, normal.